things undone. I wanna know when you're gonna come. See, I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. 'Cause it's summer is here. I'm still waiting there. Winter is here. I'm still waiting there. Like I said, it's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door, and I still can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now, for I to knock some more. You see, in life I know there's lots of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my skirt, tears in my skirt, while I'm waiting for my turn. See, I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. I don't wanna wait and wait for your love. I don't wanna wait and wait for your
Today, we begin to reconnect the lands and living creatures that should never have been fractured in the first place. We begin to make the lands whole again for all.
Welcome to the groundbreaking for the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing! Woohoo!
So what a gift personally this is for me to be here and to be a small part of it, working with our remarkable colleagues in the State Senate and the Assembly, working with local officials and federal officials. $54 million the state has put up for this program, and we'll complete the job with another $10 million, by the way. I do want to thank every single one of you, all the remarkable leaders in your own right that helped advance this cause, will inspire young people, and will inspire examples like this all across the rest of the country and around the rest of the world.
Every morning with a cup of hot tea, Michael McMahon takes in the unpolished wildness of LA's 4,000-acre Griffith Park behind his apartment complex.
You know, I kind of feel special and like I'm a voyeur, like this whole natural world is here and I'm just sort of like peeking in on it.
McMahon has 9 trail cameras set up nearby. When he's lucky, he captures images of P-22, Griffith Park's famous resident mountain lion. And he's lucky a lot.
So I've had cameras along here and got P-22 a number of times.
McMahon moved here nearly a decade ago after a divorce, having rarely ventured into the natural world. Today, he's one of the most prolific chroniclers of P-22, capturing him 77 times on camera, including this footage from just a few weeks ago. McMahon says he's become a P-22 fanboy, seeing a lot of himself in this lone cougar.
He's getting a little older, I'm getting a little older. You know, we're 2 older bachelors roaming the Hollywood Hills.
It's amazing to go for a hike in Griffith Park and see all the other people walking and hiking and walking dogs, taking pictures of the Hollywood sign, and knowing that this large predator has made a life here. I mean, there's something about that that just makes this place all the more wild.
P-22's story began a decade ago when this lone male mountain lion, then a juvenile, set out from his home range in the Santa Monica Mountains, crossed the 405 and 101 freeways unscathed, and ended up in Griffith Park. He's since become a local legend. There's a dedicated P-22 exhibit at the Natural History Museum. He's graced the pages of National Geographic, that famous photo of P-22 with the Hollywood sign illuminated behind him. He survived mange and rat poison, and he may have eaten one of the zoo's beloved koalas. He's so celebrated here that LA has an annual P-22 Day festival every October. I even tasted a craft beer named after P-22 at downtown's Angel City Brewery with head brewer Leighton Cutler.
2 P-22 Mountain. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wow.
So, the beer itself is a hazy pale ale.
Okay.
And it kind of has the same color as, like a mountain lion's fur. And
Looks like a mountain lion.
yeah, it does.
If a beer was a mountain lion, this would be.
Exactly.
This would be it.
Cheers.
Man, to P-22.
Across town at Los Angeles County's Natural History Museum, visitors browse its famous dioramas of North American wildlife, including a mountain lion and her cubs in their native California habitat. Miguel Ordeñana, a wildlife biologist with the museum, was the first to capture a trail cam photo of P-22 in Griffith Park back in 2012. It was a groundbreaking moment.
When I saw that photo, it was like seeing Bigfoot or La Chupacabra for the very first time, because most people were like, it's impossible, because Griffith Park was just thought to be just too disconnected from where we knew mountain lions existed in Los Angeles by freeways and urbanization. And so for me to get that photo, it was just so many questions ran through my head.
The main one being how Angelenos would react to having an apex predator living in an urban park with 10 to 15 million visitors a year. But then he thought about P-22's story and the risky journey he took to arrive in this new territory unscathed.
It's a story of survival. It's a story of resilience in a place like Los Angeles that is home to a lot of immigrants. It's also a story of an animal crossing boundaries, borders, and figuring out a way to survive.
Ordeñana says he can relate as a Latino who struggled to find his way in a white-dominated conservation field. It also shows why P-22 has had such wide appeal in one of the U.S.'s most culturally diverse cities, bringing the message of endangered wildlife to communities and to people who never gave it much thought before.
Okay, and we gonna be over there.
Go to 112th, though. I'm gonna be on 112th.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You're looking at our home, Watts, California. Some of us call it the forgotten land, because sometimes you feel that way. But most of us just call it home.
Warren Dixon is with Third Rock Hip Hop, which teaches kids about the environment. He partnered with the National Wildlife Federation's Save LA Cougars campaign to bring this P-22-inspired mural to the heart of LA's Watts neighborhood.
For us, this represented possibility. It represented survival. It represents migration. Everything that it took for our people to survive is the same thing that it took for the species you see here to survive.
But P-22's universal appeal across LA's cultural diversity isn't his only legacy. He's also become the poster cat for saving LA's biodiversity. National Park Service biologist Jeff Sikich has studied the impacts of urbanization and habitat fragmentation on mountain lions in the Santa Monica Mountains for 2 decades. In Liberty Canyon near the 101 freeway, he uses radio telemetry to track nearby cougars. Sikich says cougars here in the Santa Monica Mountains are in trouble. Their habitat is surrounded by freeways, development, and the Pacific Ocean. It's essentially an island, isolating the cougar population here.
So our mountain lions here in the Santa Monica Mountains have some of the lowest genetic diversity ever recorded outside that of the Florida panther, the Florida mountain lion that went nearly extinct in the early 90s.
There are anywhere from 10 to 15 adult cats living here at one time, which is as much as the habitat can support. But if something called inbreeding depression sets in, Sikich says these fragmented local populations could become extinct within 15 years. And they're already seeing the signs of that, with several cubs recently born with kinks in their tails, a symptom of inbreeding. Thanks to Griffith Park's P-22, though, help is on the way.
So this is the location where we just broke ground and we're gonna build a wildlife crossing. It's gonna be a vegetated overpass over the 101 freeway. It's gonna be located straight across here where you can kind of see this triangle on the hill above.
With P-22 as a poster cat for the project, the Save LA Cougars campaign helped raise the roughly $90 million needed to build what will become the world's largest wildlife bridge. Vehicle strikes are a leading cause of death for mountain lions here, killing more than 24 since 2002. Once completed, the bridge will allow safe passage for not only cougar populations, but also countless other species.
Welcome to the P-22 Celebration of Life, hosted by the National Wildlife Federation. Our show will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats.
P-22 surprised the world in 2012 when he showed up on a photograph that had been taken in Griffith Park by a motion-sensing camera. The first glimpse that scientists caught of him were his fluffy hindquarters. To get to the park, he had made an improbable trek of about 20 miles, all the way from his birthplace in the Santa Monica Mountains. He somehow made it through the Hollywood Hills and safely across the 405 and 101 freeways. P-22 quickly became a celebrity. He was introduced to the world in an LA Times story, and then he appeared in an iconic National Geographic photo, prowling past the Hollywood sign at night. Over the years, catching a glimpse of P-22 on a nighttime prowl became one of the most coveted celebrity sightings in Los Angeles, and people across the city fell in love with him.
I think P-22 really had me at hello. You know, our boy has had some misadventures, but LA still loves him, and I think that's what's wonderful.
There was something about him that was so human, or maybe it was something in me that connected with him. I loved his daring spirit and his piercing golden eyes. He walked so majestically amongst the humans.
Perhaps one central reason for loving P-22 is that he seemed to take us away from this obsession with ourselves. And he reminded me and us of who we are, shorn of our illusions, and that we must care for one another and all living beings on our beautiful planet.
I'm so saddened by P-22's demise. I'm just, it's weird. It feels like my relative has died, you know?
P-22 was considered a celebrity in Los Angeles for sure. But at the same time, P-22 is far more beloved than most actual celebrities in Los Angeles.
So many of us Angelinos saw ourselves in P-22. He was an aging bachelor who had to adjust to a too small space in a big city. He had shaken off society's expectations for him, and he had crossed borders and freeways in search of a home. And he was isolated and lonely, waiting for a mate who never arrived. His presence in Griffith Park was also a reminder that Los Angeles is far wilder than it appears. We have some of the highest levels of biological diversity of any big city in North America. P-22 was euthanized because of several chronic health problems and injuries from being hit by a car. I cried when I learned that he had died. All the scientists and wildlife officials who cared for him and cared about him were crying too. It felt like the whole city was in mourning. P-22 is an important part of scientific research into wildlife, but he was also a fixture in the city. Los Angeles had formed a bond with him and loved him fiercely. It hurt to know that he was in pain at the end, and that humans had done this to him. I think P-22 captured our hearts because every part of his story was unlikely. He beat the odds. He somehow made it to Griffith Park. He stayed there for a decade, and LA embraced him as one of our own. There are other mountain lions in LA, but there will never be another P-22.
He was just a remarkable mountain lion being.
I greatly am saddened by his passing, but he has taught us a lot during his time on this planet. I hope that he is traveling with all the space he needs wherever he is.
Long live P-22.
Please welcome to the stage Francis Appiah.
Good afternoon, California and the world. My name is Francis Appiah. I get fortunate to work with Caltrans, the finest California transportation organization in the whole world. Today, I get the opportunity to stand up here. It's a dream come true. Boy raised in Africa, and here I am in the Greek theater mourning our king, P-22. P-22 means a lot to me, and he have given me opportunity to think about how wildlife struggle in this California because of road network. He also given me opportunity to work with Caltrans construction and every division to create project that is good for wildlife and wildlife feasible to use. Also give me opportunity to work with all entities, lovers of wildlife, Santa Monica Mountains, NSWFF, Santa Monica Mountains, every entity that love to save wildlife, save LA Cougars and all that. It also give me opportunity to work with a finest biologist called Selena Oliveira in Caltrans. Clap for her, please. And then finally, P-22 give me opportunity to connect all the continents in the world. As I'm speaking, people are watching from Africa, Australia, Mumbai, India, because we have friendship between Los Angeles and Mumbai, India. Why? We are the only big cities in the world that have wildlife or have lions and tigers living side by side with the people. And so today, as the king is going away in Africa, what do we say that The king is not dead. He gone far away country until a new king is crowned. Let's all hope and wish the better and save wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't think I'd cry this early, but that video gets me every time. I am just so grateful that we got to live at the same time on this planet with that remarkable animal. My name is Beth Pratt. I work for the National Wildlife Federation. And like all of you, loved P-22. And thank you for being here to both grieve together, but also celebrate the life of this incredible cat. And thank you to those who are turning in virtually from all over the world, those of you tuning in on 89.3 KPCC. I've lost a lot of animals in my life, but I didn't have to grieve them publicly. And it's been this outpouring of support from around the world that I think has helped all of us get through this. So we have a really special time for you today. You're going to hear about special connections to P-22 from very different people, musicians, actors, Indigenous partners, you name it. It's going to be a special day, so welcome, whether you're tuning in virtually or here. It is my honor to introduce, to help us get started, and thank you, Francis. That was an awesome beginning. But my honor to introduce a friend of mine who has taught me much. He helps with the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing, and he's also a tribal elder. To start us off, Alan Salazar, welcome. All right, see you later.
Hamanat. Hamanat. That's hello in my tribal language. Hamanat Netavan Alan Salazar. I'm a tribal member of the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. My ancestors have lived on this land right here for tens of thousands of years. I want to thank Beth Pratt and the Wildlife Federation for giving me the honor of doing an opening blessing. And before I do, let me talk a little bit about the importance of P-22, just a minute. Tribal people in California, many of us are what are called clan people. We use the animals as teachers. We have the eagle clan, the bear clan, the deer clan, and the mountain lion, as we know, is a top predator. He can teach us many lessons. But what's unique about P-22, within our tribal cultures, we always respect our leaders. Our chiefs, our wotes, our tomir. So tomir is the Tataviam word for leader, for chief. P-22 is a leader of his people. We respect them for that. We connect with them because what has happened to the mountain lions in California, and especially in Southern California, that same thing has happened to tribal people in California. We were hunted like mountain lions have been hunted. The goal of the California government in 1849 was to exterminate all California Indians. It's a foolish policy that we've been telling American leaders for hundreds of years. The policy of exterminating and getting rid of all the grizzly bears, all the wolves, all the mountain lions is not a good policy. Living in harmony with these animals, that's a good policy. And I want to applaud all of you because Southern Californians, I think we're ahead of the curve. We've learned how to live with mountain lions now. He showed us the way, how to do it. Let's continue that fight, that journey. So let me start with my prayer. In the Shumash, Tataviam, Tongva, we believe in reincarnation, that you're reborn again. And when you die, your spirit goes and visits at the favorite places, favorite little hunting grounds. So P-22, his spirit has gone and visited all throughout Griffith Park and that area, his favorite hunting spots. And let me clarify something. That little Chihuahua that P-22 got, we all know Chihuahuas. He was probably talking some shit before. Yeah? So let's keep that in perspective. But to show you what a great hunter P-22 is, at age 12, he took down a deer, what mountain lions normally eat. That's their normal, what they normally hunt is deer. At age 12, that would be equivalent to me at age 90, going out with my bare hands and running down and taking down a deer. That's what a great hunter P-22 was. I was told not to make any pitches, but I think Strong Hunter would be a much better name than P-22. I'm just saying. I'm probably already over my limit, so let me start with my prayer. I want to ask the Great Spirit, Mother Earth, the power of the four directions, and the sky people to guide us today, to fill our hearts with love, patience, and understanding. Open our minds so we can hear different points of views and actually listen to them and digest them. I want everyone to pray for our elders. I want everyone to pray today for our young people, and that our young people, and I had the honor of meeting some of the young children that are going to sing for us later today. And I was asked, Alan, are you nervous about going out with thousands of people? No, I'm nervous about representing and presenting well for the young people. So let's pray for our young people. Let's pray for our soldiers and warriors that they come home safely to their families. As I said, Strong Hunter is a Tomir. He's a leader. So I also want to pray for our leaders. I see several leaders out here. The only one I noticed is dead center stage, Julia. We want to pray for all of our leaders, our city, our county, our state, our federal, our tribal leaders, our family leaders, our animal leaders. We want to pray for all of them. I always, at this point, pray for all those that have gone on to the spirit world, all of those family and friends we've lost. And a moment of silent prayer for all those that are sick. We have many religions, many tribes here today, and we all pray in our own way. So a moment of silent prayer to pray to whoever and however you pray, and to pray for those that are sick. I want to leave this offering and thank Mother Earth for everything that she gives us. Everyone repeat after me. Paku Kimaya. Ready? Paku Kimaya. Paku Kimaya. Paku Kimaya. Now the second part. Menai Kimaya. Menai Kimaya, Menai Kimaya, Paku Kimaya, Paku Kimaya, Paku Kimaya, Menai Kimaya, Menai Kimaya. It's a simple welcome song, but the Paku is from Pacoima, and it's asking you to come and enter our event, enter our ceremony to honor P-22, and for P-22 to enter the spirit world and to make his journey safely. That's what his spirit is doing right now. Blessings. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Stephen Garcia, Tongva.
Mi hija, hello. Thank you. Tehovid, thank you. We are on Tovangar, the earth, our Mother Earth. And Alan pretty much said it all, so thank you. Yeah, I know. Natives, we joke a lot because that's what we got. And Mel, Yokicha, Sashot, Chochon, Ashuat. I am the Black Star-Eyed Eagle, but Stephen Garcia is my Indian name from the mission. So I would like to thank everybody here for taking your time and being here. It is for, as I say, P-22. Tukut, wahes maha wehe. Tukut is our mountain lion. And so for our mountain lion, and I only have 3 minutes, so somebody throw something at me if I go over. But this is for everybody here, especially the little ones, and especially for the next generation that isn't even here yet. Teach them well, no matter what nationality you are. That is who you are. Bring that to them. Let them know your languages. No matter what language it is, we need to keep that. And we need to keep our traditions alive so we can share them. And so for the eagle, repeat after me. No, This is for the world. This is for P-22. Give me a minute here.
Please welcome Tina Calderon, culture bearer, Gabrielino, Tongva, and Chumash.
powerful relative whose lineage has thrived for millennia. My ancestors knew yours, Tukurot, silent watcher and amazing hunters. We remember when the mountains and the foothills were your domain, and you followed the mighty deer. That was not so long ago, when all beings here lived in honor and respect. Mountain lion and coyote had direct connection to our tribal lineages. P-22, our territories have changed. The environment is suffering, and survival, it's a real challenge. Our continued existence thus far is due to our inherent connection with life on these sacred lands. P-22, we will always be a part of the ever-changing landscape. Stay alert, esteemed relative, and know that you are loved by many. Fast forward to 2023. We gather today to both mourn the loss as well as to celebrate the life of our dear brother. We are so grateful for the time we shared with Tukurot, P-22. Still in awe of his resilience and agility as he beat the odds time and time again. Our hearts ache, and yet we smile as we remember the news reports of Tukurot showing up across the mountain ranges, fearless, resourceful, smart, strong, and handsome. Your memory is etched in our minds and our hearts until we meet again. Tokuro, tokuro, eyo hinken tokuro, tehov kopoami, shahove taihunuka, te curo, eyo hinkem te curo, eyo hinkem to curo, tehov kapoami, shahove taihunuka, tehov kopoami, shahove taihunuka. Tehov kopoami, taihunuka. Thank you all.
Please welcome to the stage City of Los Angeles Council Member Nithya Raman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nithya Raman. I'm the council member for Council District 4, home to Griffith Park, home to the Greek Theater. Welcome to Council District 4. We were P-22's host for so many years, and it's only fitting that Council District 4 hosts this memorial for our beloved king. You know, people roll their eyes a little bit. I heard that when they said, it's so LA that a memorial for a mountain lion sold out. and you know what I thought? Yeah, that's right. And you know what I thought when I heard that? I thought, yeah, it's so LA, only in LA. Only in LA would a beautiful wild animal like P-22 come and live in this municipal park, and residents would demand and clamor that he be allowed to stay here, and stay he did for over a decade. LA would his presence delight my constituents so much that for the past 2 years that I've had the privilege of serving in this role, I've gotten emails and text after text of P-22 ambling down driveways, snaking through people's backyards in all his big, beautiful glory. It's been such a privilege to get all of these. And only in LA would our love for P-22 spur a movement to protect these big cats that would lead to an almost $90 million investment for a wildlife crossing, one of many to come here in this region. As your city representative today, I want to commit to you. And this is a sincere commitment and one that I'll need all of your support in making and keeping, that I'm going to honor his memory by ensuring that our city minimizes our encroachment into the wilderness that nurtured him. And that we fight for more housing and make more space for all those people. So many people want to live in this city. So many people want to live in Los Angeles, and we're going to make space for them so that we can preserve that wild open space that nurtured P-22, and so that we can protect his surviving brothers and sisters for the generations to come. Thank you all.
Please welcome back to the stage California Regional Executive Director of the National Wildlife Federation, Beth Pratt.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rahman. And we also want to give a shout out to Los Angeles County 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger is in the audience. Thank you. These are people you're hearing from today, the elected officials who represent P-22, and they are here to show support for perhaps their most famous constituent. Thank you. At least not crying during this segment. It is my pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine as well, and somebody I met through P-22, because what I love about P-22 is we all connected to him, but he also connected us to each other. And Warren Dixon of Third Rock Hip Hop is a friend of mine from Watts who learned, much like I did about the P-22 story, was inspired. And he was inspired by his music. So get ready to sing and dance along to a song he wrote about P-22. Warren, come on out. Woo! Okay, you're next. Yeah, I know.
22. So we're gonna make some noise and we're gonna dance and everything for P-22, all right? So when I point to you, I want you to say, we're on the move again. Okay, let's test it out over here one time. Say, do we love P-22 or what? Let's go. Say, we're on the move again. Okay, let's do this. Look, I woke up this morning and I just started roaming with no map to show me where, but I just started going. See, I used to be small and then I started growing, and I started to think about all I wanted. Then I traveled around trying to find my way. Come on and tell me that you go with me. I'm trying to explore far as I can see. Hey, I know it's more out there, maybe. What? Across streets and across mountains. I'll go up them and I'll go down them. I'll keep walking and I'll keep climbing. Y'all ready for this? Let's go. Say. Alright, let's see what the middle got for me. One time, say. This I say. If you got a beautiful smile, let me hear you say. Now on my trip, I met a few friends like you and I met a bird up in the sky that showed me how he could fly with his wings and he could sing. I met a bee and he could sting. I met a family of squirrels. I met a rabbit that could spring. And as he bounced all around, I noticed tracks on the ground. Found out it was a deer. A lot of animals live here. People love to walk around inside the park where I stay. There's a whole lot of room for me to run, and I could play and have fun all day. Up these trees and all these mountains, I'll climb up them and I'll without going down them. Took me some time and I can't count it, but I'll keep happy that let's go. Up top, say. We're on the move again. Say. We're on the move again. Okay. Now if you love P-22, let me hear you say. We're on the move again. Let me see y'all dance up here one time. Go. Let me see the moves. We're on the move again. We got some dancers over there, say. We're on the move again. Okay. If you watching live, say we're on the move again. Just like that. Let's do it one time together, say. P-22 again. Hey. Y'all make some noise for P-22 one time. Make some noise for yourself one time. Make some noise for the people on stage one time. I love y'all.
Let's hear it for Warren Dixon and team. Woo! So, as I told you, P-22 connected a lot of this together. And this next guest I got to know because when we first started this campaign to build the world's largest wildlife crossing, people told us we were crazy. Like, are you nuts? But crazy finds crazy. And this next guest is such a good person. And he did our first campaign video. Let's see it.
Hi there, I'm Rainn Wilson, and let's face it, LA traffic sucks, especially for the cougars. And no, I'm not talking about the housewives of Brentwood. I'm talking about mountain lions who want to get across the freeways to roam around in the Santa Monica Mountains. My good friend and homeboy, P-22, is stuck in Griffith Park as we speak. So what we want to do is build a wildlife crossing across the 101 freeway with total freedom and access to the Santa Monica Mountains. Here's how you can help. Text LION to 25383 to donate $10 towards this overpass. Hashtag Save LA Cougars. Not the housewives of mountain lions. Look at this beautiful cougar I just picked up.
This is incredible. I saw Radiohead here. It's amazing. We're all here to celebrate wild and natural Los Angeles. Incredible. And how about the great Beth Pratt? Isn't she the best? I mean, come on. She's incredible. She's given so much of her life to this cause. So thank you. I'm so honored to be here. So what better than a little ditty about Jack John Cougar, ladies and gentlemen. Little ditty. You know what? Scrap that. I wrote a little song for this occasion. It's hard to follow Warren Dixon and that incredible jam, but I'm gonna do my best. All right, and I want you to sing along with me. P-22, P-22, you left behind a lot of friends and cougar poo. P-22, oh P-22, all of Los Angeles is gonna miss you. Try it again. P-22, P-22, you left behind a lot of friends and cougar poo. P-22, P-22, all of Los Angeles is gonna miss you. You crisscrossed the freeways and lived near the zoo. You ate a few poodles and a house cat or two. You're a Hollywood star and a celebrity too. You bounced round Mulholland like a feline kangaroo. P-22, oh P-22, you left behind a lot of friends and cougar poo. P-22, oh P-22, all of Los Angeles is gonna miss you. There will never be a P-23. Griffith Park Observatory should be named after thee. P-22, P-22, you left behind a lot of friends and cougar poo. P-22, oh P-22, all of Los Angeles is gonna miss you.
Wow. We're going to be singing that at future P-22 days. I think we can all. So, I wrote this at 2 a.m. The night before P-22 had to be humanely euthanized. I'm going to read it to you now. It's a eulogy for P-22, a mountain lion who changed the world. I write this eulogy while looking across one of the 10-lane freeways P-22 somehow miraculously crossed in 2012, gazing at a view of his home, Griffith Park. Burbank Peak and the other hills that mark the terminus of the Santa Monica Mountains emerge from this urban island like sentinels, making a last stand against the second largest city in the country. The traffic noise never ceases. Helicopters fly overhead. The lights of the city give the sky no peace. Yet a mountain lion lived here, right here in Los Angeles. I can't finish writing this sentence without crying because of the past tense. It's hard to imagine I will be writing about P-22 in the past tense now. Biologists and veterinarians with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife announced today they have made the difficult decision to end P-22's suffering and help him transition peacefully to the next place. I hope his future is filled with endless forests without a car or road in sight and where deer are plentiful, and I hope he finally finds the mate that his island existence denied him his entire life. I am so grateful I was given the opportunity to say goodbye to P-22. Although I have advocated for his protection for a decade, we had never met before. I sat near him, looking into his eyes for a few minutes and told him he was a good boy. I told him how much I loved him and how much the world loved him. And I told him I was so sorry that we did not make the world a safer place for him. I apologize that despite all I and others who cared for him did, we failed him. I don't have any illusions that my presence or words comforted him, and I left with a great sadness I will carry for the rest of my days. Before I said goodbye, I sat in a conference room with team members from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the team of doctors from the San Diego Zoo Safari Park. They showed me a video of P-22's CT scan, and they outlined all the serious health issues that they had uncovered. The most severe injuries resulted from him being hit by a car, and I thought of how terrible it was that this cat, who had managed to evade cars for a decade, in his weakened and desperate condition, could not avoid the vehicle strike that sealed his fate. As the agency folks and veterinarians relayed these sobering facts to me, tissue boxes were passed around the table, and there wasn't a dry eye in the house. This team cares just as much for this cat as we all do, and they did everything they could for P-22 and deserve our gratitude. Although I wish so desperately he could have returned to the wild or live out his days in a sanctuary, the decision to euthanize our beloved P-22 is the right one. With these health issues, there can be no peaceful retirement, only some managed care existence where we prolonged his suffering, not for his benefit, but for ours. Those of us who have pets know how it feels when we receive news from the veterinarian that we don't want to hear. As a lifelong dog and cat owner, I have been in this dreadful position too many times. The decision to let them go is never easy, but we as humans have the ability, the responsibility, and the selflessness to show mercy to end the suffering for these beloved family members, a compassionate choice we scarcely have for ourselves. I look at Griffith Park through the window again and feel the loss so deeply. Whenever I hike to the Hollywood sign or stroll down a street in Beechwood Canyon to pick up a sandwich at the Oaks, or walk to my car after a concert at the Greek Theater, the wondrous knowledge that I could encounter P-22 always propelled me into a joyous kind of awe. And I'm not alone. His legions of fans hoped for a sight of Hollywood's most beloved celebrity, the Brad Pitt of the cougar world, on their walks or their ring cams. And when he made an appearance, the videos usually went viral. And perhaps the most Hollywood of P-22's moments, human celebrity Alan Ruck, star of Succession, once reported seeing P-22 from his deck and shouting at him like a devoted fan would. We will all be grappling with the loss of P-22 for some time, trying to make sense of a Los Angeles without this magnificent wild creature. I love P-22 and hold a deep respect for his intrepid spirit, charm, and just plain chutzpah. We may never see another mountain lion stroll down Sunset Boulevard or surprise customers outside the Los Feliz Trader Joe's. But perhaps that doesn't matter. What matters is he showed us that was possible. He changed us. He changed the way we look at LA. And his influencer status extended around the world, all of you who are watching today, as he inspired millions of people to see wildlife as their neighbors. He made us more human, made us connect to that more wild place in ourselves. We are part of nature, and he reminded us of that. Even in the city that gave us Carmageddon, where we thought wildness had been banished a long time ago, P-22 reminded us it's still here. His legacy to us and to his kind will never fade. He ensured a future for the entire population of mountain lions in the Santa Monica Mountains by inspiring us to build the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing, which broke ground this spring. P-22 never fully got to be a mountain lion. His whole life, he suffered the consequences of trying to survive in unconnected space, right to the end when being hit by a car led to his tragic end. He showed people around the world what we need to do to ensure our roads, highways, and communities are better and safer for wildlife, and where people and wildlife can freely travel to find food, shelter, and families. The Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing would not have been possible without P-22, but the most fitting memorial to P-22 will be how we carry his story forward in our work. One crossing is not enough. We must build more, and we must continue to invest in proactive efforts to protect and conserve wildlife and the habitats they depend on, even in urban areas. Let me insert what's not in the eulogy. We have a wildlife ordinance in LA. We need to ban rat poison, and we need mountain lions on the ESA list. P-22's journey to and from Griffith Park was a miracle. It's my hope that future mountain lions will be able to walk in the steps of P-22 without risking their lives on California's highways and streets. We owe it to P-22 to build more crossings and connect the habitats where we live now. Thank you for the gift of knowing you, P-22. I'll miss you forever, but I will never stop working to honor your legacy, and although we failed you in the end, we can at least partially atone by making the world safer for your kind. Thanks. Thank you. And thank all of you, because the reason we have the wildlife crossing and that P-22 was protected is because of all of you, either watching virtually or in the audience. And another reason we know how to protect these animals are my next guests, who again, we kind of become family over time with this project. It's been, at least for me, over a decade, some other partners, decades. I'm the one who's all about emotion and loving and tributes, but coupled with that, we also need the science. That to me is, I think, the world I bridge, the spiritual and the science. I do both. I consider myself a scientist, but I have a very spiritual connection to animals. We need the science, and these next guests are the people that told us we have a problem with these mountain lions from their research and that told us how to solve it. And I always joke, my job is making the scientists happy and putting their science in action. So it's my honor to introduce, to me, rock stars of the science world, the National Park Service, Jeff Sikich, Seth Riley, and David Szymanski to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. After Beth, well, I should say there's two rock stars of the science world and then me. But I'd like to talk, rather than about the science, about all of us. The director of the National Park Service, Chuck Sams, has begun to share with us the basics of traditional ecological knowledge. One of the first principles is you need to see the world differently. As Director Sams would say, and as a number of our speakers that opened the presentation today would say, we have no words for wild or wilderness. It's just home. We are not separate from the animals, the plants, the rivers, and the mountains. And our director thinks that's critical to achieve the mission of the National Park Service, and I think to continue to succeed and continue to live on this planet. P-22 had a long life at Griffith Park because you allowed it. Instead of seeing pumas as animals to be feared, hunted, and exterminated, you welcomed him. And that's critical. P-22's story is one of hope, but the truth remains that the pumas of the Santa Monica Mountains are walking on a knife edge, and their path could lead to extinction or to coexistence. We know this, as Beth said, because of the two people behind me. Jeff Sikich and Seth Riley have devoted their careers and their lives to learning from lions, following them in all conditions, often in the dark of night, and protecting them from harm. I'm honored to have them on our team, and I'd like to them to say a few words. So, Jeff, Seth.
Wow, yeah, this is something. I've studied hundreds of large carnivores in my career, and I never could have imagined that one of these animals could bring so many people together in celebration of coexistence. It's truly amazing to see so many people rally around P-22 and support him as a wild neighbor. To many, P-22 was this celebrity cat, but I knew him differently as part of our long-term research on mountain lions in the region. I captured him 7 times to replace radio collars and assess his health, and together we played this back and forth dance. Cat and mouse, or should I say trapper and cat, as I tracked his behaviors, monitored his movements, and walked in his footsteps. My adventures with P-22 paralleled scenes from many LA-based movies, from sneaking under the Hollywood sign at night, with permits, of course, being chased by the cops, exploring LA mansions, under pursuit from helicopters and news crews, and he even got me to the Greek. But P-22 is
But P-22 is way more than a celebrity. He is an important ambassador for urban wildlife, and his science contributions are many. His home in Griffith Park was much smaller than any other mountain lions. Yet he behaved just like them. He remained elusive. He mainly used natural habitat areas. And when he did use urban areas, it was at night when people are less active. And he fed on normal prey of deer and other smaller mammals. He also suffered, though, from the same challenges of urban wildlife throughout the state: rodenticide poisoning, poor habitat connectivity, and busy roads. I followed P-22 every day online for the last 10 years, monitoring his movements. And all of the lions we research in the region, but especially P-22, have taught us how lions coexist with us in this complex landscape. P-22's legacy will live on in his contributions to wildlife conservation and also our heightened awareness of how to live in harmony with nature. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks so much, Jeff. So I've been studying urban wildlife my whole career. For 35 years now, I've studied tracked raccoons in our nation's capital, bobcats in the shadow of the Golden Gate, coyotes in the San Fernando Valley, but a big cat in Hollywood is definitely, as Jeff said, the most amazing example of urban wildlife that I'll ever study, almost for sure. So it's so appropriate that this is a celebration of life. As Jeff and David and Beth have been saying, P-22 had an amazing life. He taught us some critical lessons. He taught us what wildlife has to go through to survive in the second largest city in the country. So navigating around and even across freeways, moving through dense urbanization, dodging thousands of visitors in Griffith Park, surviving exposure to things like rodenticides, and living, as Jeff mentioned, in a tiny little isolated natural area. But he also showed us what wildlife is capable of. Again, as Jeff mentioned, it's amazing that he persisted for 10 years, again, a big cat in Hollywood, and that you all and everyone coexisted with him in an amazing way for that time. And then he also left us an incredible legacy. As Beth mentioned, he increased the awareness and the concern for wildlife connectivity, and that increased awareness is turning into reality right now in the central Santa Monica Mountains. So that's an amazing thing, and we really, as Beth said, we want that just to be the beginning. We want it to turn into conservation reality across the region, across the state, and across the country. So that's exciting. So I just want to leave you with a couple of impressions that P-22 made on people that are sort of my favorites. One is, during the last year, he made some trips down into Silver Lake, and we saw an Instagram post. Someone got some video of P-22 just doing his thing, walking down the street. But you can hear in the background the person saying, "Holy bleep, that is a bleeping mountain lion," which I love, because it just shows what an amazing and exciting thing it was that P-22 even existed. And then 2 days after P-22 died, I was at Trader Joe's in Ventura wearing the same sweater that Beth is wearing now, the blue P-22 Christmas sweater, and I couldn't find the pancetta, and I asked a young man who worked there, "Oh, hey, can you help me?" And he took me to it, and I started to go and finish my shopping, and he said, "Long live P-22," which I loved. So I just want to say to P-22, thank you for the lessons that you taught us, thank you for the impressions you made on us, and thank you for the legacy you left us.
Thank you to the National Park Service. It's been an honor to work with all of them. Our next guest is again in that crazy category. He was crazy enough to think that he could get a photo of a mountain lion under the Hollywood sign. And guess what? He did it. Steve Winter, come on out. Woo!
Good afternoon, P-22 lovers. Thanks for coming out today. Let me tell you a story. In 2012, I began working on a cougar story for National Geographic in Wyoming and California. I met the amazing Jeff Sikich at a scientific meeting on cougars in Montana. And I said to Jeff, you know, the picture that would really tell this story would be a photo of a cougar with the Hollywood sign. Obviously, he thought I was crazy because he said there's no cougars in Griffith Park. Fast forward 8 months, I got a text from Jeff. Call me now. He then told me, Steve, you're not gonna believe this, but there's a young cougar named P-22 in Griffith Park. So we set up 6 camera traps in steel boxes. 3 of them were stolen. Finally, after 11 months, I captured an image of P-22 with the lights of LA in the background. Nat Geo broke policy and allowed the LA Times to run it on the front page. And Angelinos met P-22. 15 months after we started, I got the picture that I dreamed of in Montana all those months beforehand. And when it ran in Nat Geo, P-22 became an international celebrity here in the city of celebrities. The LA Times calls him the most famous animal since Lassie. But there was 9 Lassies and there was only one P-22. P-22's story is a miracle, straight out of a Hollywood movie. He thrived for a decade in around an urban park visited by 24 million people a year, and millions fell in love with him. In 25 years with working with big cats with Nat Geo, I've never seen a wild animal so profoundly transform a community. P-22 became an ambassador. He changed the way Angelinos feel about urban wildlife and made people care about protecting cougars and our natural world. P-22 showed us that we can coexist with predators. And who would have ever believed that a cougar could sell out the Greek Theater in 2 hours? Yeah! The most fitting memorial is how we carry P-22's story forward. It's my hope that California's endangered mountain lions will bounce back and thrive, no longer risking their lives on these highways. We owe it to P-22 and all of California's wildlife to build more wildlife crossings and connect habitat. Thank you all so much for coming. Yay to the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing, the biggest in the world. Thank you, P-22. We love you.
All right, Steve Winter. A couple things. Hey, again, to those listening on KPCC 89.3, hello. To those tuning in virtually from all over the world, hello. And if you are posting, whether you're here or anywhere, if you're posting photos or comments, hashtag P-22 forever or P-22's legacy, share them. Let's see those photos. Also, one of our staff members, Kate, had to miss her twins' birthday party today, so we're going to give all together a big happy birthday to Olivia and Clementine. You ready? Happy birthday, Olivia and Clementine. All right. So I found out about P-22 from this next woman who wrote the first story about P-22 for the LA Times. Many of you probably found out about him this way too. Wasn't quite the global celebrity yet, but this is what caused him to propel him to stardom. So we owe his fame to Martha Groves. Come on up, Martha.
Wow, what a turnout. Thank you all for coming out to honor our P-22. Back in 2012, before some of you were born, I had the privilege of being the first reporter to write about P-22. And thank you. And that was the first of many appearances that P-22 made on the front page of the LA Times. Once the cat was out of the bag, this powerful puma became a superstar in a town known for them. I wrote about P-22 every chance I got. Remember that sad photo of the mangy P-22? Yeah. Thank you to Jeff Sikich, the Puma Whisperer, for saving him that time. Like us human cohabitants, P-22 explored LA, as you've heard. And, he did go to the LA Zoo and instead of popcorn, munch on a koala. Oops. I worried about him then and always, but I drew hope from writing about the wildlife crossing and the plans to go over the freeway in Agoura Hills. Yay. After I retired from the LA Times, I held a fundraiser for the wildlife crossing, and Beth brought her P-22 cardboard cutout and her P-22 arm tattoo, and she helped us raise some good money. And in April, I attended the groundbreaking of the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing in Agoura Hills. What an accomplishment. Thank you, Wallace and Beth. As the t-shirt says, P-22 he really is my homeboy. Above the fold-out couch in my little guest house, Steve Winter's famous print of P-22 in front of the Hollywood sign. You know, the one that Congressman Adam Schiff wants to put on a stamp? So I call my space the Cougar Den. When I got the sad alert on that Saturday in December saying that P-22 had been euthanized, I was hiking in a park near a sign that said, "There are mountain lions here, so watch your ass." And I promptly burst into tears. The good news is that P-22 lived a long and glorious life, and he will forevermore be a part of our LA lore, and we owe him the honor of working very hard to protect all of the wildlife that come after him. Thank you.
Some other people who have been so instrumental, and again, thank you, Martha. I'm here today because of your article, who have been so instrumental in the protection of P-22 are these next two guests. First is Jerry Hans, who is founder and president of Friends of Griffith Park. I've learned so much from him. And Dan Cooper, a biologist with the Resource Conservation District. He actually was part of the study that took the first photo of P-22. So come on out. The protections we have in Griffith Park that made it a habitat for the mountain lions are because of these two.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jerry Hans, and I'm proud to be here representing Friends of Griffith Park, the organization that initiated the study that discovered P-22 and introduced him to the world. I'm joined by our science advisor, Dr. Dan Cooper of Cooper Ecological Monitoring. In 2011, Friends of Griffith Park challenged the popular notion that Griffith Park was an ecological island. Being called an island is not a compliment at all in terms of the long-term prospects for wildlife in this huge urban park. Genetic mixing is very important, and isolation can drive local extinctions. With our purchase of 13 wildlife cameras, a study agreement with Cooper Ecological Monitoring, and a right-of-way permit from the city, the Griffith Park Wildlife Connectivity Study began.
So joined by Dr. Aaron Boydston from USGS and Miguel Ordeñana, a local wildlife biologist who'd grown up near the park. You'll see him in a sec. We set our sights on Cahuenga Pass and the 101 freeway, that formidable barrier between Griffith Park and the rest of the Santa Monica Mountains. Our goal was to show that mule deer can and do use freeway overpasses. We really never imagined getting a photo of a mountain lion, a species that had to that point just been a rumor in Griffith Park. So now Griffith Park is a little emptier without P-22, but our urban wilderness continues to be home for many wild creatures, including species of wildlife long gone from most of the LA basin, like horned lizards, bobcats, and even a nesting pair of peregrine falcons, if you can believe it. And as Angelinos, we've learned to respect wildlife on its own terms. Not to be afraid of lions or rattlesnakes or that scary poison oak sign, but to live with them and to give them the space they need to thrive. From our perch here at the Greek Theater, we can see the places where P-22 roamed and reigned, and we can see where the next P-22 will roam when another crossing happens again, which it surely will.
Griffith Park gave P-22 everything a solitary cat ever needed, except safe passage in and out. Please join us in honoring P-22's legacy and his impact on all of us by working to promote habitat connectivity in the hills. We can stop using rodenticides, and we can pass a wildlife ordinance to ensure wildlife continue to prosper right here in this large city and all across the Santa Monica Range. Thank you all.
Two people who have protected Griffith Park so that P-22 could have a home. If you look at many other major cities, there is not that much wildness in LA. Even it surprised me that Griffith Park was here. When again, you talk about hero scientists that I look up to and want to make happy, Miguel Orellana is one of them. He was part of that first study that discovered, I call it the puma butt, and I like that he gets to say puma butt a lot with this shot. But please welcome to Miguel. He also has a very special connection, obviously, to P-22. Miguel, come on out here.
Thank you so much, Beth. Hola a todos. It's an honor to be here. There's that puma butt that we're referring to. It changed my life. There's a lot of memorable butt photos out there, especially if you search the internet. I don't recommend it. But that's by far the most impactful butt photo that has ever existed. And that photo and other photo, the other photo that I got of him and led to his discovery, there it is, was that discovery, that moment where I was introduced to P-22 and the world was introduced to P-22. And it changed my life forever and inspired me to be a better scientist, looking deeper within LA's urban core for nature and encouraging others to do so and do it in a more inclusive way. And also, I'm proud, of course, of his legacy to be a catalyst for habitat connectivity that is going to lead to a crossing that's going to save his population from extinction. But I'm most equally proud of his way of being a bridge between people and wildlife. And having the honor of taking my children through the park, that's my daughter, to see his tracks, to see his camera trap photos, photographing him for the past 10 years to keep his story and urban wildlife front of mind. And it's been truly an exercise of putting myself out there, putting P-22 out there for the good of everybody, good of wildlife. And especially as a Latino coming from one of many communities that have been historically excluded from environmental education, conservation work, it's been an honor to have him be that bridge. And all these communities to rally behind his story and to talk about P-22 in their own way, in an accessible way for their communities, whether it's indigenous storytelling, either blogs, podcasts, children's books, they've all had an impact. And even in his passing, people have come together and had this sentiment, especially children, that wildlife is for everybody. It's not just for a privileged perspective to think that nature is in the city. that is everybody's right to have that perspective. And to see my children and other children have this sense of wonder that I didn't have the privilege to have is an honor. And even in his death, it being a unifying moment, people coming together, supporting each other, supporting wildlife more so than they did in the past, having difficult but very important conversations that are long overdue about how we best honor individual animals, both their cultural legacy and their scientific legacy in the right way. And I'll end with this, is that although we did fail P-22, we led to his demise. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful because of all the kids I see here, because they're gonna be doing a much better job, that next generation, at protecting wildlife. And it's an honor to know that P-22 had a little bit to do with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miguel. I've learned a lot from Miguel and had the pleasure of working with him over the years. When I first read about the story of P-22 in the LA Times, he was one of the first people I called too. One of the things I love, again, about this connection theme is I get to work with a lot of schools. And the next school, the principal, Brad Rumble, is another hero of mine for what he does to connect students to wildlife and nature. Let's welcome Brad Rumble, Elizabeth Williams, and Esperanza Elementary School. Met before, you've spoken at other events, and you're going to lead us off, right? Okay, let's hear it.
Hello, my name is Allison, and I'm from Esperanza Elementary School. Esperanza Elementary School is located in downtown Los Angeles, the last place you would expect to find wilderness. But at our school, we have created wild spaces with native plants. A habitat for flora and fauna.
P-22 never visited our habitat, but he lives on in our school library and in the amazing mural on our wall. The students from Esperanza learned a lot from the life of P-22. These third-grade naturalists will share life lessons learned from the life of P-22.
Hi, I am Daniel Ochoa, and I am so thankful for the life of P-22. Because of him, there will be a wildlife crossing bridge. So thank you, P-22, for inspiring the Willis Annenberg Wildlife Crossing Bridge. And I also love my mom and dad.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace. P-22, you taught me and many others how to coexist. Coexistence is peacefully sharing our living spaces with wildlife. Many people thought that this couldn't be done, but you did it. Good afternoon. My name is Dominga. Because of you, P-22, now I know how scientists gather their information about wildlife. They use stationary wildlife cameras, collars, and GPS trackers. They watch and learn from your every movement.
Hello, my name is Angel. Thank you, P-22, for figuring out how to cross the 101 and the 405 freeways. How did you do that without getting hit? Now I want to be smarter, be a problem solver, and do things that have never been done before.
Hello, my name is Juan. Hello, my name is Matthew.
Hello, my name is Sandra.
P-22, you're an amazing puma! You helped all of us learn more about pumas and how they live. You inspired us to love nature and to be kind to all animals.
Hello, my name is Kevin Lopez. Thank you, P-22, for showing me bravery and determination. The bravery you had for living in Griffith Park for 10 years without a companion or a friend and with very little space to roam.
Good afternoon, my name is Sandy. P-22, even when you became sick, you taught me and others that things can look good but can be poisonous.
Hello, my name is Ruben. P-22, you inspired me to become an architect so I could build more wildlife crossing bridges to support the movement of wildlife. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Esperanza Elementary. Woo! Thank you. You guys rock. Thank you, guys. Those kids are the future right there. And that's what I love is P-22 inspired them to be scientists or architects or just care about wildlife. The next guest has become a really good friend. And again, we connected over P-22. She wrote me the best letter I've ever received in my conservation career when she was just 8 years old. She's also a very talented actor. And again, I'm just honored to call her a friend. Julia Butters, come on out. Wow, the Greek, you're probably used to
Love
this.
this music.
Yeah, this is great.
Wow.
So Julia, yeah, I mean, you read about the story of P-22 and were touched. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I was 8 years old when I first found out about the Hollywood icon P-22. It was like love at first sight. His sweet, soulful eyes pulled me under, and I was hooked. After reading and learning about him and his story more, I found out that it wasn't just P-22 with a miraculous story. All wildlife in my eyes, they're all heroes. And our heroes need help. So I'm thankful that I found out about P-22 early so I can spend the rest of my life trying to help cougars and wildlife. P-22 is more than just a hero to me, though. He was a symbol of hope and courage, an irreplaceable reminder that anything is possible. He was such a tough cat, and he helped me and so many others with finding strength. He was a loner, and when I felt lonely or uncomfortable by myself, I would remember that if a cougar could be so iconic and independent, I could try too. It is with love and sadness in my heart that I will never have the chance to meet him, but if I could, I would say, I will do my best to help. I will help carry your legacy and spread the word. I swear that I will try for you. You're a good boy.
And Julia? Yeah. Woo! Do you want to read that original letter you wrote to me? I think you
so
brought
much.
it because it was such a great letter.
Thank you so much. All right. Pocket situation. It gave me a handheld mic. All right. To whom it may concern, my name is Julia Butters. I'm a concerned 8-year-old California citizen who cares about the isolation of P-22, the famous cougar in Griffith Park. However, I'm not the only concerned citizen. I've collected many signatures from tax-paying citizens, which are enclosed. Here's a possible solution. Between December and March, female cougars, one at a time, should be brought to mate with P-22. The pregnant female, could be brought back to her own habitat. Here she could give birth to her young and do what a mother cougar does. Another possible solution would be artificial insemination. I was 8 years old.
Yes.
More information on this subject, please see, and then I proceeded to write out the entire link on artificial insemination. I respectfully request specific information on what you are doing for P-22 and what you are doing to increase the diversity of pumas. Also, please address the plausibility of my two proposals. Gratefully, Julia Butters.
What's fun about that is I immediately replied. We invited her to a small event we were having, and she grilled Seth Riley, who was on stage, like grilled him with questions. Remember that?
I do.
But Julie, you've always showed up for us, and we really appreciate it. And one of the fun things we now get to do is introduce a band that has a really special connection to this. I think you know, the audience. Ever hear of a song, The Lion Sleeps Tonight? One of my favorite songs, right?
Amazing.
So
excited.
This is the Tokens. And so I don't get it wrong. I don't often read, but they have been entertaining audience and listeners all over the world for 60 years. Where's my mom? Mama Pratt's here, right there. Those of you who have ordered things on the Save LA Cougars store, thank her. It was like a 1,000% increase in orders after his death, and poor mom had to fill them. They're not only recording artists, but producers. They produce gold records from the Chiffins, the Happenings, and Tony Orlando and Dawn. I remember those. No, I'm a little older than you. In 1998, they entered the Guinness Book of World Records by singing the national anthem in every Major League Baseball park in one season. And this year marks the 50th anniversary of their 1973 release, Cross Country. Original members Phil and Mitch Margot are here with us in spirit as Phil's son and grandsons honor their incredible legacy. You get the last line, Julia.
Oh, yay. Please welcome the Tokens.
Woo! All right.
Good afternoon. We are so incredibly honored to be here today to honor this majestic creature, P-22. Before we sing our little ditty about the lion, we'd like to do our first hit record for you called Tonight I Fell in Love.
Okay, so I'm gonna need everybody's help. Okay, we got a little clap snap thing going, and if you all could rehearse with me, that would be wonderful. So it's, ready? Clap, clap, snap. Clap, clap, snap. Clap, clap, snap. Clap, clap. Okay, you'll know when to do that, okay? Okay, thank you guys. All right, you guys ready? Nico?
Dum dooby dum whoa, dooby dooby dum dooby dum whoa, dooby dooby dum whoa. Yes, tonight I fell in love. Whoa, tonight I fell in love. I want the stars above to know tonight I fell in love. Cause tonight I fell in love. Oh, what a wonder, this magic spell I'm under. This feeling that I feel isn't really real. My heart beats so fast, I pray that it will last till the end of time. Yes, tonight I fell in love. Whoa, tonight. Oh, may it last forever. Forever and ever. Yes, tonight I fell in love. Yes, tonight I fell in love. Yes, tonight I fell in love. Yes, tonight I fell in love.
Thank you. Thank you. It means so much for us to be able to share the legacy of my father and my uncle, which I know you're wondering, why do we look so young, right? With my own son and my nephew. And these other wonderfully talented people up here today, and everyone who has spoken and is celebrating P-22. It is so imperative to keep a connection to nature, because in the end, that's the only thing left. We also wanted heartfelt thank you to Beth Pratt, everyone else, the crew, the staff, everyone who made this possible today. And I want to leave you with this thought, that we are all here because of our lion.
Now try this one for me.
Sounds pretty good. What about this one?
I've got one more for you. Good luck.
All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Woo! Thank you to the tokens. That made it so special. It's hot up here. I will say, we just came out of all these rains, back to California sunshine. It's awesome. I have, again, the honor in this work of working with some pretty remarkable people that don't just work on wildlife, but also work on keeping our democracy safe and stable and doing great things. It's my honor to introduce one of those who does really big things in the world, yet still loves P-22. Please welcome Congressman Adam Schiff to the stage.
Hello, Los Angeles. Hello, Los Angeles.
Rory Skay needs to be with me.
Well, thank you for that wonderful welcome, and thank you for inviting me to join you in celebrating the life of our beloved P-22. Thank you. I love you too. Like everyone here, I was heartbroken by the news of P-22's passing. P-22 was many things: our favorite celebrity neighbor, an occasional troublemaker, a beloved mascot for our city, but most of all, a magnificent and wild creature who reminded us that we are all part of a natural world so much greater than ourselves. He reminded us of the beauty and the importance of the wilderness around us. I had the distinct pleasure of being P-22's representative in Congress, where one of my highest priorities has been to protect more of the public lands that P-22 called home. Since my first days in office, I've been working to add the Rim of the Valley corridor to the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area and connect LA's incredible mountain lions and other wildlife to their natural habitat. That work will continue with P-22's spirit guiding us every step of the way. I have to tell you about my first effort to bring P-22 to the attention of a global audience. I was visiting Zimbabwe, and our hosts were proudly displaying the lions that populate their country and efforts they were making to protect against poachers. They asked me if I'd ever seen creatures so magnificent. And of course I said yes, in my district in Los Angeles. And of course, Steve Winter, they did not believe me. So I pulled out my phone and I showed them your magnificent photo of P-22 in front of the Hollywood sign, and this time, they still didn't believe me. No lion would pose for a photo like that. But I explained, it's Hollywood. That's what the cool cats do. There are many ways we must continue to channel P-22's legacy in our work as we fight for protected and expanded conservation areas, as we remember that combating the climate crisis isn't just about the health and longevity of humans, but that too of our four-footed friends. Yesterday, I took a first step along with my colleagues Ted Lieu and Julia Brownlee, and I think Julia is here. Julia, wonderful to see you, and I know Ted plans to be here as well. We took the first step of launching the process of creating a memorial postage stamp for P-22. We wrote to the Citizens Advisory Committee urging them to memorialize P-22 on a U.S. postal note. The committee says stamp submissions must represent something or someone with a significant impact on American history, culture, or the environment. That sounds an awful lot like P-22 to me. And the amazing thing is, P-22 did all that, and he didn't even know he was doing it. Now,
This might be considered juicing the process with the Postal Commission, but I was briefed by my staff, you don't have to be a member of Congress to make a submission. We can all write to the Citizens Stamp Advisory Committee to voice our support for a P-22 stamp. Hint, hint. I want to thank everyone present for what they have done to dedicate their time and resources to P-22's caretaking. Their efforts to bring awareness to his story and struggle are responsible for the tremendous progress that we have made to safeguard Southern California's spectacular beauty, and it's been an honor working alongside them. The sun may have set on the reign of the King of Griffith Park, but he will always be a prince of our hearts. P-22, thank you for gracing us with your presence, your pranks, and your magnificence over the years. You will be dearly missed and never forgotten. And one last thing I would like to say, I love my mom and dad too. Thank you very much. God bless P-22.
Are you ready? Well, I could almost give the next person I'm about to introduce is another person who does great things in the world and also represents us here in California. He has been someone who's been a champion for the wildlife crossing since the beginning, him and his team. And he's someone I greatly admire as well. Please welcome Congressman Ted Lieu.
Good afternoon. I recently came back from Washington, D.C., so let me just first start off by saying what a thrill it is to now stand in front of normal, caring, kind people. So I'm so honored to be here to celebrate with all of you the life of P-22. I know when each of us saw P-22, whether it was in a photo or a video, he captured our imagination, not only in Los Angeles County, but throughout the world. And for P-22 to settle here in Griffith Park, he had to traverse the dangerous 405 freeway and the 101 freeway. Not all mountain lions make vehicle crossings safely. In fact, just last month, P-81 died in a vehicle fatality. In the last 11 months, 9 mountain lions have been killed in vehicle fatalities. In the last 2 decades, 34 mountain lions have been killed in vehicle fatalities. That's all going to start to change because of the life of P-22. I know when I was first approached by the idea of a wildlife crossing, the first image that popped into my mind was that of P-22. And I know he inspired many of us who are working to make this wildlife crossing turn from a crazy idea into a reality. And for the last 2 years, I fought for and tried to secure money, and I'm very pleased that recently we got $2.5 million that I requested. That money will go to construction costs for the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. That bill was supported by every Democratic member of the Southern California delegation, including Adam Schiff and Julia Brownlee. Because of redistricting, the wildlife crossing is now going to be in Julia Brownlee's district. She is going to be an amazing member of Congress and take great care of it. So let's give her a great big round of applause. And one of the best ways to honor the life of P-22 is to make sure that the lives of other mountain lions and wildlife will be saved. And I'm so pleased to now present a very big check to Rory Skay of MCRA and to Beth Pratt of the National Wildlife Federation.
Thank you. Look at that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Congressman Lieu, to you and your team. Again, you've always been champions of this project and can't wait to be at the ribbon cutting with you.
Since then, he's become an important part of my life. I became fascinated with the mountain lion next door and wanted to learn everything I could about him. Eventually, I bought a trail camera, then 3. And after 9 months, he finally walked past one. And I jumped up and down yelling, "I got P-22, I got P-22!" Then more cameras and more sightings. I've filmed P-22 87 times. I got to know his schedule and his route pretty well. He'd swing past my place every 2 to 3 weeks. I'd be asleep in bed, and that amazing cat would stroll on by less than 100 feet away from my head. P-22 inspired me and gave me hope. If he could thrive here, then so could I. Early mornings, I would sit out back behind my place with my cup of tea, gazing at his domain and wondering if he was close by. We were just 2 aging bachelors roaming the Hollywood Hills. Like every other Angelino, I proudly think of him as my lion. P-22 was a cougar who went on an unbelievable journey, thrived where no one thought he could, and in doing so, built a lasting community. Rest in peace, my friend. P-22 forever.
The tattoo, so. Hey everybody, thanks for your patience. So there was so much demand for this. Actually, the Greek couldn't get people in fast enough. So we started a little late, and as you can tell, we're running over. We're probably gonna go to about 2:30, so stretch, get some, but I guess nobody's bored, right? My next guest is an amazing artist that we partner with. He's from LA. His work captures to me the soul of animals. I am just honored to work with him, and he is doing murals for us across the region, in schools and other places. Please welcome Jonathan Martinez to talk about his art. Hey, Jonathan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jonathan Martinez. I'm originally from Mexico. I've been creating wildlife artwork for the past 12 years. Forward 2020, I was reached out to from a member of the National Wildlife to create these murals of P-22 all over Los Angeles, and I had the incredible privilege. Thanks to Beth and stuff and her team that to be able to create these murals that showcase P-22 in his most majestic way, and for the future, I want to continue honoring him in these murals, and not only that, but also bring awareness to the different animals that are going to benefit from the wildlife crossing. So it's a huge privilege, and I'm humbly honored to Beth to be able to give me the opportunity to work with everybody. And yeah, I'm going to continue to keep painting P-22 and forever P-22. Thank you, guys.
The next speaker in 2016, well, even before that, wanted to make a movie about P-22 because he saw the change even then P-22 is enacting. He called it the cat that changed America. I think today it would have to be called the cat that changed the world. But please welcome filmmaker Tony Lee to the stage.
As a wildlife filmmaker and author of The Cat That Changed America, I know that there are very few animals that are remembered in history. Coco the gorilla, Shami the killer whale, Wojciech the bear, and Elsa the lioness are a few. P-22 mountain lion is one of them. He's been called many names: the Brad Pitt of cougars, the James Dean of Griffith Park, America's lion. I love Alan Strong Hunter. I'm going to advocate for that as well. But for me, he will always be the cat that changed America. His story has changed us to build a wildlife crossing, showed that we can live alongside top predators, and helped us understand the importance of connectivity as well as the dangers of introducing rat poison into our environment. As an author and storyteller, my wish was that P-22 would have a happily ever after ending. I imagined that he would die of old age, peacefully in his beloved Griffith Park, where he lived for over 10 years. After all, as king of the mountain lions, he had beat us at our own game by living in the very heart of one of America's biggest cities and becoming infinitely relatable as he went about his daily commute while our cameras adored him. I think we can all agree he was one good-looking puma. But in the end, it was a car that contributed to his demise, and as a recent report shows, a major cause of mortality for mountain lions in California. But as a storyteller, I passionately believe we can control the narrative and write a better ending for P-22 and his brethren. Today, it's Free Public Transport Day in Los Angeles. And we should have a shout out for Rosa Parks. I believe we can shun our reliance on cars. I've spent the last week whilst in LA just using the metro and public transport, and it's possible. But I'm from London and we use the metro all the time. P-22 will forever be a shining star in Hollywood, and his legacy will continue to change America. He has been a teacher to all of us. Nature does not belong to us, but we belong to nature, and with that comes our responsibility as its protector. Thank you, P-22, for making us realize that, and may your spirit rest peacefully forever in Griffith Park. Thank you.
Armstrong of his kind, and I think that's an apt description. He had to make a journey into the unknown. It was like going to the moon for him. I mean, for a lot of us, going to LA is like going to the moon. It's a strange place, yet he did it. That sense of adventure. He had to cross two of the busiest freeways in the country, the 101 and the 405, which frightened me just driving in a car. Can you imagine having to cross those on foot? He came within 2 miles of the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So he's walking through some of the most dense urban areas in the country, and nobody saw him.
He's basically had this miraculous journey. That was the first start to his amazing story.
For male mountain lions, they mark their territory with scrapings on trees or things. He smells deer, but more importantly, there's no markings of another mountain lion. So I like to picture him scraping a tree forcefully and thinking, I'm home. This is my territory. Much like when Neil Armstrong put that first boot print on the moon. Just as significant a marking. It was one small step for cougar kind. I remember filming that. It was 100 degrees in Agora Hills, and we were outside. That was my introduction into how they make movies. Speaking of documentaries, it is my pleasure to also work with this incredible filmmaker, Aaliyah Jasmine of Lilo Media, who is our official documentarian for the Wildlife Crossing. She's been filming for years already, and of course, we don't have that ribbon cutting until 2025, so she'll be filming many more. And she's got something to kind of tease you up with. So Aaliyah, come on up on stage.
Hi, everyone who loves P-22. I also love this cat so much. Actually, P-22 changed my life, and that's why I've decided to dedicate at least the next half a decade to telling his story. And I'm going to tell you how. I'm Aaliyah Jasmine. I'm an environmental journalist, and I fell in love with P-22 when I was at USC's Annenberg School of Journalism. I was doing my graduate program. Yes, fight on to all the Trojans in the audience. And I did my thesis on P-22 and the plight of these mountain lions in LA. I later worked for a local TV news station and covered these mountain lions for years through all the plights with cars, with rodenticide, with wildfires. And I really felt like this was a story that needs to go beyond just LA, right? We know the story, but what about the rest of the world? And I'm so thankful that Beth Pratt and the National Wildlife Federation have given me this opportunity to do a documentary so we can bring P-22's and the mountain lions of LA's story across the world, hopefully in theaters and big screens around the globe in just a few years. So really excited to tell you guys that we have a little clip of our production so far to share with you. But before I do, I just wanted to also invite my crew out on stage because these are all local LA production crew members who have been part of this, and they have devoted their talent and their time and their love for these mountain lions. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a little preview of our fundraising sizzle reel for the upcoming documentary Lion Bridge.
In Southern California, we have a population of mountain lions that's increasingly imperiled. Year after year, mountain lions get killed across 8 to 10 lanes of freeway traffic. This wildlife bridge is all about connecting two large areas of habitat and improve the viability, the future for these mountain lions.
This is a bridge of hope. It's a bridge of opportunity that provides safe passage for people as well as cougars.
You're getting emotional?
We used to put the collars on when I was a kid. I made some of the greatest memories of my life.
We're at an active kill site. P-22 is just up on the ridge, not too far from us right now.
This movement has lit this spark that people are reimagining landscapes in urban areas in a way that I don't think ever would have been possible before this wildlife crossing.
We'll see you at the Oscars. We now have another school that's been working with us since the beginning. They've performed again at P-22 Day, and they've put together a really special performance for you. So please join me in welcoming San Pasquale Sting Madney Elementary. Woohoo!
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for
Hello, LA! Sorry, I got a little excited there. Hello, my name is Carolina Medina, and I'm a student, and I'm a 5th grade student from San Pasquale Steam Magnet in Highland Park. Our school loves P-22 so much that we even changed our mascot. We have been the San Pasquale Pumas for 3 years. We are honored to be here, and I mean honored to be here to celebrate the amazing life of P-22. We will now perform our song, P-22, We Love You.
P-22, we love you. You made LA so famous. P-22, we know you will always be around us. P-22, we know you lived up in Griffith Park. P-22,
was the recorder. I guess it's the ukulele now. As I told you, I love how we discover people who loved P-22. I talk about Alan Rock, Rainn Wilson. The next is an incredible artist. He is a world-renowned DJ, songwriter, and producer. He's won 3 Grammys. He's produced people like Beyonce, Madonna, Justin Bieber, Britney Spears, and he loves P-22. We heard he lost his P-22 sweater in Diplo. We're gonna get you another one. Come on out.
Hi, guys. My name's Diplo. I live around here, and I used to see P-22. He used to be on the roof sometimes at my house, so he was a great cat. I loved him. I wrote a little speech for P-22. I gotta read it, though. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great love that we gather here today to say goodbye to P-22, the mountain lion of Griffith Park, who lived a long and adventurous life of avoiding cars, running from tourists, hiding around the park from people, but he was an amazing, brave cat and truly one of a kind. With his impressive mane, sharp claws, and elusive nature, you captured the hearts of many, not with your charm and charisma, but with your ability to make headlines by simply crossing the street. So, you will be remembered as the King of Griffith Park, a title that you surely earned by constantly dodging danger and surviving in the concrete jungle. Your bravery in the face of traffic and resilience in the face of urbanization were truly awe-inspiring. But as we bid farewell to you, P-22, we must also acknowledge the sadness of your passing. The world has lost a magnificent creature, and the humans of Los Angeles have lost their chance to catch a glimpse of you in the wild. So rest in peace, P-22. Your memory will live on in the hearts and minds of those who were lucky enough to see you. And to the rest of us, you'll be forever the mountain lion that could not be tamed by man or by city. So we love you, P-22. Yes. And you guys are all awesome for coming here and supporting. And, hopefully we get some more mountain lions to come visit us soon.
And we were gonna get you your sweater, Diplo.
Thank you. I got this little cat for now. That's good enough for me. All right, love you guys. I gotta go to Las Vegas now. DJ, bye.
All right, we need to bring the energy up again, and I know just the people to do it. Thanks for bearing with us. I know it's hot out there, although better than a torrential downpour like we had a couple weeks ago. The next guests, Griff, Jasmine, and Erica. Griff from Animal Planet, and they're all from California State Parks in various roles. They're here to get you dancing. Come on out, Griff.
That's right.
Let's go.
This is our walk-on music.
Are the school kids?
Hey, we're in the house. We hope you feel like dancing because that's what we came here to do.
That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
That's right. So we have created the Bio Blitz dance, which has gotten really, really popular because it's totally fun. And it's dedicated, it's like the meaning, it's got 2 meanings and it's got 1 rule. So the first rule, or the first meaning actually, is it's a celebration of biodiversity. And you guys, you Angelinos, you can practice some biodiversity. I mean, look, even right around us, we got oak trees, we got pines. You guys got a wildlife crossing coming up. It is beautiful. Oh, you guys gonna dance with us?
Yes! Woo!
All right, good. So the biodiversity and Bio Blitz dance, it's a celebration of biodiversity. There we go. And thank you, kids, for coming up. All right, what else?
The Bio Blitz dance is not just about biodiversity, but it's also about human diversity. And what P-22 has brought and the wildlife crossing, it has brought together people from many different ethnicities. We have somebody from Africa and an LA Latino like Miguel that could come together, and everyone in between. So we are celebrating human and biodiversity today, so let's dance.
That's right. Well, we got to talk about the 1 rule first.
What's the 1 rule?
Before we even get started, does anybody know what that 1 rule is? Let's shout it out on 3. 1, 2, 3.
It must be done.
Nobody know the rule? Okay, guess what?
Well, you guys weren't at the P-22 festival, were you?
It must be done outdoors, and we at the Greek Theater, so we already outdoors. So come on, get on.
That's the 1 rule. So if you guys want to do it, you want to videotape it, you got to do it outdoors, okay? Yeah. All right. What's up, Wade Crowfoot? There's our boss. Yeah. All right. So the first move, actually, when the song comes on, is going to go bird, bird. And so how many bird watchers we got out there? Okay, this part's for you, okay? So you're going to be like bird, bird, bird. And if you look hard enough, you'll at least see a turkey vulture, right? Okay, the second move is the black bear move, okay? And black bears scratch their backs against trees. Do you guys know why black bears scratch their backs on trees? Because they got an itch. Yes, because they got an itch. But they don't have the internet, so they got to get their smell there. That way the other bears know whose territory it is, okay? So black bear move goes like this. It goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now, if you're old school like me, you're like, wait a minute, that looks familiar. That's a Reebok. Used to be called the Reebok back in the 80s. All right. The next move is the turkey vulture. And we love turkey vultures because there's not a lot of things in nature that are bald and beautiful. Besides me and turkey vultures. So the turkey vultures are really cool. They pee-oop on their legs. Because you know birds don't really. Should I even talk about this? What is that? Oh, so when they get hot, they pee-oop on their legs and it helps keep them cool. But I'm not going to do that. I'm sweating, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, and that dance goes like this. You guys ready? It's a 1, 2, 1, 2. So it goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
So there's a third move.
All right, the third move is the ground squirrel. And they're on the menu for a lot of animals. Any of you know what might eat a ground squirrel?
I don't know.
Anyone else?
I don't know. No. No. Mountain lion?
Oh, okay, we got a mountain lion.
We like
that. So, if you're a ground squirrel, you're coming out from your little hole, you're very hyper vigilant, like you live in the hood. So you're
Everybody's
going
trying
like
to
this. This.
Ground squirrels do it just like this. All right.
And that's the move.
When Beth was one of the first people who did the Bible dance with us on stage at the National Geographic event. And so we were like, in honor of Beth and P-22 and all of y'all, we decided to create a P-22 move. And I couldn't think of it, so I put it out there to the California Conservation Corps members. And the winner was Jasmine Gaston!
Y'all know I was gonna win, okay? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that fourth move, the mountain lion dance. So y'all know Michael Jackson Thriller, right? You know, that's kind of where I got this one from. So we going like this, this, and y'all see that back leg? We call that the stanky leg, okay? But put it all together, and it's the P-22 move. So we can start from the right to the left, from the right to the left.
Good job, you guys. Good job.
They've been practicing.
To do it.
Nice. All right. So if we're ready, y'all can do it with us too. Who's got the music? Let's roll it.
So we're looking for birds.
Looking for birds. Ready?
Bird. 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 Bird.
Bird
Let's
machine.
go to the right. Hey. Oh. Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
Turkey vulture. Good job. Good job. Ground squirrel. Check. To the right. To the front. All right, Jasmine, here we go.
P-22. The left side, got it.
P-22. P-22. P-22.
One more time. Turkey vulture. Turkey vulture. Turkey vulture. Turkey vulture. Turkey vulture. Turkey vulture. Ground squirrel. Look at that. There you go, Pasquale.
Thank you, everybody.
Take a bow. Jasmine, bow. Ready? 1, 2.
Bird. 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 Bird.
Thank you, Los Angeles. You guys rock.
Bird. 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 Bird.
We're going to go back to Humboldt now. Thank you very much.
Let's hear it for Griff and Company. And we are about to introduce now the Natural History Museum with P-22.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Meredith. I am part of the Performing Arts program at the Natural History Museum and the La Brea Tar Pits. This is Alana Gustafson. She's the head of that program, and operating our P-22 marionette is puppet artist and designer Robin Walsh. Now, our Performing Arts program uses puppets to have conversations. They are fantastic touchstones that get people talking. We have full suit dinosaur puppets, we have a full suit saber-toothed cat puppet, and we have marionettes. And we brought some of our marionettes to Wildlife to Watch back in 2021, and attending with us was a cute little saber-toothed cat cub named Nibbles. And Beth Pratt saw Nibbles, and she saw how folks engaged with Nibbles and how they interacted with Nibbles, and Beth Pratt proclaimed, we should have a P-22 puppet. It's not really a big surprise, is it? Because we all know that Beth Pratt is a powerhouse. Whether it's puppets or wildlife crossings, she is passionate about the mission. So thanks to the sponsorship of the National Wildlife Federation and the artistry of Robin Walsh, we now have a P-22 puppet. And the museum hopes to use this puppet to carry on the conversation and the mission that started when Miguel made that discovery. Because P-22 himself is a fantastic touchstone that starts conversations. People find his story absolutely awesome. I can't tell you how many times my family has read Cougar Crossing. It's just an incredible story, and we can talk about responsibility for wildlife. We can talk about biodiversity, but also with the P-22 puppet, we can also talk about ice age extinction and climate change. So on behalf of the Natural History Museum, we'd like to thank Miguel and Beth and the National Wildlife Federation and all of this beautiful community that loves, adores, and values P-22. Thank you.
And the puppet is going to stay on stage and help us with our next performance from another special school we work with. Please give a warm welcome to Carpenter Elementary School. Woohoo!
Hello and good afternoon. We are 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders for Carpenter Community Charter who are honored to be here. We have written an ode to our beloved cougar P-22. We hope you all enjoy.
Oh, beloved P-22, if only you knew how much you grew in the hearts of those who dearly loved you. Oh, beloved P-22. Beth Pratt, who adored you so, now sadly has to let you go. Your legacy we'll never forget. You'll never know how much you meant. Oh, beloved P-22, across the state you made your mark, an awareness for wildlife, the need for a park. Oh, beloved P-22. The Hollywood sign will never be the same. Your presence in front of it brought great fame.
Honored to know you, so cherished and dear. We'll miss you greatly. Hold your memory near.
We will now sing Let It Be by the Beatles. We hope it brings you comfort. to the sound of music. P-22 comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, yeah, let it be. There will be an answer. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, yeah, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be.
Please welcome to the stage Senator Anthony Portantino.
How's everybody doing today? You feeling good? You know, I'm State Senator Anthony Portantino, and I wanted to memorialize P-22, so I called up the Senate folks and I said, let's do a resolution memorializing P-22. And they said, well, we don't do that. He's an animal. I said, no, he's not. He's a movement. And they called me back, yeah, he's a movement. And they didn't believe me. So then I said, no, he's actually a spirit. And then they believed me. And so I'm proud. And Beth, if you could come on out here. Beth, come on out. Let's give it up for Beth and everybody who put this on today. I wanted to present an official California State Senate resolution commemorating the life and legacy of P-22, and I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm just going to read a little piece where it says, we're having served throughout his life to change the way people look at their local environments, right? He served to make us change how we see the world. Signed by Anthony Portantino on behalf of the California State Senate. Beth, thank you for being the legacy and life of P-22 today.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
And then I want to give props to Jerry Hans and the Friends of Griffith Park. Now, I ride my bike in Griffith. Let's give it up for Griffith Park every day. And so the other day I saw a bobcat on my bike ride through Griffith Park, and I said, this is a land of cats, of animals, and just peace and tranquility in Griffith Park. So I wanted to capture this spirit of P-22, so I had this painting commissioned. You can all see that. So Jerry, hold on to that. So I had that painting commissioned, and it says, P-22, Pride of the Park. Pride of the park. And so I'm going to give it to Friends of Griffith Park to find an appropriate place in this wonderful park to hang it and celebrate the life and legacy, the spirit and the movement of P-22. Thank you all for being out. Jerry, I proudly present that to you. P-22 lives on. Thank you, everybody, for being out.
Thank you, Anthony. And there's going to be a big fight where this goes in the park. I'll have to start working with the department right away.
Okay, I grew up watching Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. How many of you did? And it was an honor to be in the new reboot. Let's roll it.
LA may not seem like a prime habitat, but in true Hollywood fashion, it's home to the most famous mountain lion in the country, a cougar called P-22.
So we've been studying mountain lions for 20 years. The Griffith Park Connectivity Study had a bunch of cameras around Griffith Park, and they discovered this mountain lion.
I thought it was fake news. I was like, there's no way that's true. No scientist would have predicted a cat would cross two of the busiest freeways in the world and then make a home here.
Beth Pratt with the National Wildlife Federation runs the Save LA Cougars campaign and has been an ambassador for P-22 since hearing his incredible story.
He crossed two major freeways, the 405 freeway, navigated through the Hollywood Hills, crossed another freeway, the 101 freeway, which is right there, to end up in Griffith Park.
So it was this lonely, dateless mountain lion who had made this incredible journey across two of LA's busiest freeways that I get nervous even driving on. Most people just would, a mountain lion or any other form of wildlife would come in human space. Oh, get them out, they don't belong. But now we're rethinking, well, maybe they do belong. And when biologist Jeff Sickets 10 years ago told me about the plight of P-22, that all his mountain lion kin in the Santa Monica Mountains could go extinct if we didn't do something, I remember really thinking, not on my watch.
A miracle project 10 years in the making has finally come to life.
I can't believe this crossing is underway.
P-22 in Griffith Park, he's been this ambassador for urban wildlife, the need for connectivity, and seeing how LA has really rallied around this cat.
It's such an honor to be a part of this movement and be able to say that I had a part in it.
People right now in Watts, where I'm from, they're singing about P-22 now, and they're just finding him more interesting.
We have people getting tattoos for him, and me being one of them, right?
Passion is growing more and more, and it all started from a mountain lion trying to make a journey to survive.
We have mountain lions all throughout the Santa Monica Mountains. You have mountain lions showing up on ring cams all the time. They are here, they've always been here. P-22 is one of the lucky ones. He made it to Griffith Park. Most of his mountain lion kin don't. And we're building the wildlife crossing because we don't want the mountain lions to rely on luck. Most I grew up watching Peter Gross.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you. Talk about speaking words of wisdom. What an afternoon. What a wonderful memorial. And Beth, I can't tell you how much we've appreciated kicking off our new series with one of our shows. Mutual of Omaha has a new series now. We've just launched in January called Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, Protecting the Wild. Yes. I know I'm in good company. Everyone around here, I'm sure, has that same message that they want to protect the wild. We share the wild. You are all so fortunate to live in an area where you've opened your arms. You're not afraid of wildlife, you're educated, you understand it, you're welcoming wildlife, and you want to have it in your backyard. We're certainly all on the same page there, and I can't tell you all the good that's happening because of all the work that you've done, Beth has done, the National Wildlife Federation, and now Mutual of Omaha is happy to tell her stories. If you want to take a look at it in its completion, just go to wildkingdom.com. Thanks so much. Enjoy your afternoon. Cheerio.
I want to welcome another friend of mine, Lana, who is a neighbor to P-22 and had P-22 in your yard.
That is true.
And you're going to share some of your experiences.
I am.
And then stay tuned. Our next section, as we wrap up, is based on P-22's legacy, what we're going to do next. So stay tuned. But Lana, before we do that, let's hear from you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, my name is Lana. As Beth told you, I was born and raised here in LA. Okay. How do you put into words what a friend means to you? I know that might sound silly to consider a mountain lion one's best friend, but to me, P-22 truly was a dear friend. When I sat down to write about what P-22 meant to me and the impact he had on my life, I found myself unable to think of a single word that truly encompassed those feelings. I think a good friend is a combination of things. There's someone who teaches you, someone who inspires you, someone who accepts you, someone who helps you and is able to brighten your day and pushes you to pursue a better tomorrow. P-22 was all of those things and more, not only to me, but to so many in Los Angeles. Our friend, P-22, taught us that it's not only possible, but imperative that we as humans can and should make it a point to coexist with the beautiful wildlife that surrounds us. P-22 inspired us with his determination, showing us that no matter how isolated you might be or feel, we all have the ability in our souls to conquer any obstacles that get in our way. He accepted us by choosing to peacefully live and coexist among us for so many years. He helped us by reminding us that there's more to our city than concrete, traffic, and smog. He brightened our days because it was so thrilling to know that he was thriving in Griffith Park and at any moment he could be caught on camera cruising around the town. His presence reminded us to pursue a better and a safer tomorrow, not only for mountain lions who are in desperate need of our immediate help, but for all wildlife currently struggling to survive in a world that doesn't seem to consider their fate when encroaching on their natural habitats. P-22 touched the lives and hearts of Angelenos because his survival in our city was a miracle on so many levels, and we need miracles in our lives. So thank you, P-22, for being our miracle. Thank you for giving us the chance to root for you every day. Thank you for being a shining example of how coexisting with wildlife is not only possible, but so, so important. Let's get to work on building more crossings. Let's help more animals safely find their way home. I've heard there's a saying that goes that if you build it, they'll come, and I'm so happy to say that I know that they will. Let's let that be P-22's legacy. Thank you.
It is also my pleasure now to introduce two more people who have been instrumental in efforts not just to protect P-22, but to do more for wildlife across California. I think it's a statement that things are really different, that the director of the largest transportation agency in the world is speaking at a memorial for a mountain lion. How about you? Also, that is Director Tony Taveras. Come on out, along with Assemblymember Laura Friedman, who's long been an incredible champion for wildlife. Come on out.
Well, hello, my fellow Angelenos. It's so nice to be with you this afternoon, celebrating the life of P-22. I want to tell you a quick story. 2 years ago, a very early winter morning, I was walking my dog, Sadie, and in the distance, I saw a very large cat in the hills. We quickly turned around, went home, and I was so excited to tell my wife, I saw P-22. She said, no, you didn't. It couldn't have been P-22. But I like to believe in my heart it was him, and I'll carry that with me forever. So I am so honored because he was so inspiring to me. He has inspired millions of people locally, nationally, and globally. And I am so honored that Caltrans is building the world's largest urban wildlife crossing, the Wallace-Sandenberg Wildlife Crossing, yes. And that couldn't have been done without leadership in our state government, Governor Newsom, and our California state legislators for having the wisdom, the leadership, and the vision for these types of crossings and all the partnerships. I also want to thank Governor Newsom for recently signing the Safe Roads and Wildlife Protections Act, which will allow Caltrans to go out and build more wildlife crossings throughout our state. You have my commitment. You have my commitment that we will continue to reconnect our wildlife to their natural habitat, because as we've seen with P-22 and so many other wildlife, that our ecosystem is so fragile, and that all of us here today recognize that we need to do more to protect every species out there. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand it over to Assemblymember Laura Friedman.
Thanks, Tony. Isn't this beautiful? What a beautiful day. I feel like this represents the best of Los Angeles and who we are in our heart. You know, P-22 connected with my constituents, and I happen to be his representative in the state legislature, and I think that he came to be a symbol more than a lot of our other wildlife for a particular reason. And it's not just because he's kind of scrappy and very sexy, and because he is sometimes kind of bad and naughty, a lot of the way that we think of ourselves in Los Angeles, but also because, like many people in Los Angeles, he creates dreams, and he makes dreams happen for people. I think that in a day and a time when there's so much bad happening when it comes to the ecology of our planet, when we hear bad news all the time about climate change, about mass extinctions, when we in Los Angeles read every single month about pumas killed on our highways, P-22 gave us hope that maybe, just maybe, the animals will win and nature will win, and that maybe we all have a chance. Every time one of those cats was found on the highway, I would always ask my team, was it our mountain lion? Was it P-22? And it never was. It was never P-22 on these highways. And I think that that success shows us that there is success possible. So my colleague, Richard Bloom, and I authored a bill to ban coagulant rodenticide, the rat poison that poisoned P-22 and so much other wildlife. And you know something? The first year we introduced it, it didn't pass. We couldn't get it through the legislature. The second year, we showed that heartbreaking picture of P-22 covered in mange. And you know what happened? That bill passed, and now there is a ban on that rodenticide. But it's a limited ban, which shows you how much work there is to do. So last year, I was honored to carry the bill that became the Safe Roads and Wildlife Protection Act that will now cause Caltrans to have to study where they're gonna put wildlife crossings across the state. And from now on, Caltrans will have to plan for wildlife crossings in all new transportation projects. And that's because of P-22, but it's also because of so many of you. Beth Pratt, Gavin Newsom, the voice of the children that we heard and activists saying, we need to not just live in harmony in nature, but we have to recognize that we are nature. And what happens to them happens to us. We are all connected. And it's time that we put our investments where our values are. And that's what that bill will do. Now, last year I was able to lead a delegation of legislators and from a California delegation to be the only United States representative at the UN Conference on Biodiversity. California represented when the rest of the United States did not. Now, I don't know if you believe in God or if you believe in the Great Spirit, but think of this. I was sitting at a panel with Beth Pratt talking about the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing and how California is leading in biodiversity, almost at the moment when we got the news that P-22 had been hit by a car. That shows you that there's something happening with that cat and what we're doing in California that's bigger than us all. And he has left a giant paw print out there on the world, and we are following, but there's so much more to do. There are tables here for advocacy. Please sign up. Please commit to continuing this. This is the beginning of the effort, not the end. And we need everyone on board. We need all of your help. Thank you so much. The king is dead. Long live the king. Thank you.
Okay, we come to wrapping up here. We have a few more things we want to share. So patience, again, thank you for being with us so long, although it's P-22. He deserves the best. This is his legacy section. What are we going to do next? And there are people who are going to be on stage to commit to doing some big things, myself included. The first thing, can we roll to the Los Angeles Public Library and everybody out there at the library watch parties watching? Hello? But they are committed. We are going to have, and I'm surprising Steve Winter with this, a special issue Los Angeles Public Library card with Steve Winter's photo on it. So go down and get your library card. When I first heard the story of P-22, read it in the LA Times, I called up Jeff Sikich, who's now a good friend. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe a mountain lion could be here. He took me around Griffith Park, and when I heard about his plight, I asked him, what can I do? What can we do at the National Wildlife Federation to help? And he kind of said, well, there's this little wildlife crossing we need built. Little did I know that would be 10 years of my life. How hard can it be? Sure, I'll help. But here we are, we did it. But I remember that day thinking, not on my watch. I am not going to let these mountain lions go extinct on my watch. But we're not just stopping with one. And I am so grateful to the partners we work with, but especially Wallace-Annenberg and the Annenberg Foundation, and Cindy Kennard, the executive director, because they came to me this spring after groundbreaking with a vision and an idea, and they asked me to lead it. It's big. Let's roll the video. Freeways isolate habitat. Oh, God. And what we found here in Los Angeles, what the scientists found was that wasn't just a can't cross the road problem. Mountain lions and other wildlife were genetically collapsing to the point of inbreeding themselves out of existence. They needed connected landscapes, and that's what the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing did. Preserve not just the future for mountain lions, but the future for all wildlife in the Santa Monica Mountains.
It is about bringing more attention to an ingenious solution so urban wildlife and ecosystems like this one can not only survive, but thrive.
This actually shows you what togetherness does. It doesn't just build crossing for wildlife, it's building crossings for everybody, changing the course of what's possible.
There's really no holdup except for funding. The science is there. These are projects we know how to build. There's no mystery. You build these, the animals cross the roadkill stops, and the biodiversity is preserved. We can make these happen now. We can preserve biodiversity now. We can make these landscapes whole now. It just requires investment. And I just have this vision now of people like they used to do national park trips, taking wildlife crossing trips. You'd be in California and see this visionary project for mountain lions. Then you'd be down in Texas and see more crossings for ocelots. And then you'd be in Louisiana where they have a bear corridor and they want to save black bears. To Florida where there's the Florida panther. But it's not just the big stuff. We need crossings like in Pennsylvania for toad migrations. I just see this wonderful vision across the globe. Connected landscapes is part of what we need to solve the climate crisis and to solve the biodiversity crisis.
We're also shattering the old ways of doing business in partnership with the public, the private, and nonprofit sectors united in doing what is right.
These crossings that preserve biodiversity, that connect landscapes, that give us climate resiliency, these are solutions we know work. All that is standing in the way is our will to invest in them and make them happen. So for me, it's not on my watch. We have a solution. I'm going to make these happen, and we're not stopping with one. So I thought the Liberty Canyon raising $104 million today was hard. I'm committed to raising $500 million in the next 5 years. So no vacation for me, but Cindy?
Beth, thanks so much. Hi, everybody. What a great, great tribute. What a great day of children, of music, of love for an extraordinary animal. Congratulations, Beth, first of all. Second of all, everybody, I want to bring you first and foremost, best wishes and reverence for P-22 from Wallace Annenberg. Can we have a round of applause for my extraordinary and visionary boss that I'm here representing today? I have such an honor, such an honor. So as we know, life is a journey, and I just want to take a walk back really quickly, because I know we've gone over a little bit, to talk about the journey that Beth has had with the Annenberg Foundation. Wallace really saw this as such an essential part of her philanthropic mission and vision in conservation. And so when Beth came many, many years ago, almost 8 now, and said, God, I need some money to at least launch a design, we said, okay, let's try this out. And Wallace said, Cindy, $1 million to Beth. Beth Pratt, ladies and gentlemen, turned that $1 million into at least, and I think it's more than this, $12 million, okay, to launch the design. You were really quite remarkable. So then once this public-private partnership got going, because we really wanted it was Wallace's vision to make it a public and private partnership together, the Annenberg Foundation was proud to issue a challenge grant for $25 million. Guys, this was in the middle of the pandemic, right? Yep. It was really in the middle of the pandemic. So only California could export something so extraordinary like an urban wildlife crossing. Which brings us to today. Now, Beth just announced a fund, and Wallace Annenberg could not sit back and just let this fund take life. So she would like us to tell you today that we will issue a first founding gift, a matching gift of $10 million.
Oh my God!
As a first gift to galvanize the crossing.
Thank you, Wallace.
That's right. Thank you, Wallace. Above all, thank you, Wallace. But guys, that also means we all have work to do. Remember, she turned 1 million into 12, 25 into another 25 to get that amazing crossing done. So now we have to drive toward how much, Beth?
$500 million.
Well, this should help get you launched.
Thank you so much.
We thank Wallace, of course, most of all. And thanks, everybody, for being here today and for being so excited and joyful about how we're moving forward.
So this Wildlife Crossing Fund has founding partners, and we're going to hear from on the first one, Governor Gavin Newsom. Roll it.
And then we'll bring, was certainly an icon in California, and obviously represented so much more of who we are, who we were, and who we can be. Inspired us to do better. Remarkable, right? A mountain lion. Inspired us to do better and to help us work with nature rather than against it, simply by carrying on in his own little island of wilderness in the heart of Los Angeles, and captivated people all around the globe. And he was a representative, right, of his kind, of his species, and of all the unique things about California's wilderness. And something, not been lost on me. Something that connects me to his legacy is my legacy of my own dad, my father, Judge Newsom, who was a long-time wildlife activist, and he was founder of both the Wildlife Conservancy and one of the founders of the Mountain Lion Fund, who helped instill in me a great respect for mountain lions. Maybe that's the why I'm here with you here today. I remember going as a child on many different occasions with my dad where we took photos of mountain lions and helped collar them and replace collars. We always had these extraordinary experiences in nature, appreciating, respecting, and revering these magnificent creatures. P-22, though, was special because he was a catalyst and a symbol for a new chapter that really has evolved into a more focus on urban conservation, and obviously is inspired substantively, quite pointedly, the world's largest wildlife crossing right here, of course, in our home state. This legacy, of course, will go further than just that crossing. California, our state, just allocated $100 million for these type of conservation projects. And of course, couldn't be more proud of the most extraordinary partner, and that's the partnership with the Annenberg Foundation. Of course, Wallace individually, Wallace Annenberg, in her plan to partner with other philanthropists and the National Wildlife Federation to launch the Wildlife Crossing Fund, providing private investment to match with public funds to accelerate more of these crossings all throughout not only the state of California, but across the rest of the country.
Now welcome the founding partners of the Wildlife Crossing Fund. Ooh, Wade, you're right with me.
My name is Wade Crowfoot, and I'm our California Natural Resources Secretary, and I work for Beth. And I work for all of you. I work for Julia Butters, the 8-year-old who petitioned her government 10 years ago. I work for the kids at Esperanza Elementary School and the other incredible students. All of you who came together to mobilize this movement and build the Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. We work for Wallace Annenberg. We're gonna take this moment and build a movement, not only to protect Southern California mountain lions, but to protect the bears and the wolves and the sheep and the snakes and the amphibians, and in the water, the salmon and the other imperiled fish. Now is the moment. Did you know that just 2 months ago, nations came together around the world and made a commitment to protect 30% of the planet by 2030, 30 by 30. And it was California, it was our governor, it was our legislature that set that 30 by 30 target 2 years ago, which will require us to protect, to improve conservation on over 7 million acres of land across California. But that habitat doesn't work if it's disconnected. You know that, and we know that. And that's why we're so thankful, Cindy, for Wallace Annenberg's leadership to get it going with that incredibly inspirational crossing. And we're glad to announce that that's only the beginning. It is our pledge in state government to work with you in philanthropy, to work with you in community, to make this the beginning with many more wildlife crossings to come. We will show the world that California is demonstrating people and nature can thrive together. Thank you.
Thanks, Wade.
So, my name's Chuck Bonham, and I'm the director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Last December, I held P-22's paw in my hand while doctors cared for him at the end of his life. And shortly thereafter, had to make the gut-wrenching decision. The only compassionate choice was to help him transition in his life peacefully without suffering. I've thought about him a lot since then, trying to soothe my soul. P-22 was beautifully abstract, the essence of the wildness of wild things. He was also something very real. I didn't realize that last aspect until I held his paw in my hand. And the weight overwhelmed me, seeing what was on his shoulders that he was carrying for each of us. A muse comes down from the heaven and from the gods. A muse is our source of joy and lyrics and poetry, sadness and dance. Sometimes something happens in your life that makes such a difference, nothing else will be the same going forward. I hope for you, you find P-22 in your life in that way, such that going forward, nothing is the same. Write your own lyrics, write your own poetry, dance your own dance for him and with him. I'm so grateful for Wallace Annenberg, Governor Newsom, each of you here today, all y'all, I would say, where I grew up, our leaders in the Native American tribes. Today has helped me find some solace for my soul. Within the next year, my department's gonna spend $40 million around the state on wildlife crossings as a match to the fund. Beth, thank you for including me today. It's been a difficult month. And I just want to say to each of you, now is the time to give these majestic animals freedom to roam before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. I know how difficult the decision was for you. I was there. Thank you. Thank you. So you're going to hear from the other partners of the fund. The first one is a very quick video from my boss, Colin O'Mara. Let's roll it.
Hey everybody, it's Colin O'Mara with the National Wildlife Federation. I'm coming to you from Washington, D.C. I'm so sorry I can't be with you. Our board's meeting here, and frankly, I'd rather be with you all in sunny California. And I really just need to celebrate the amazing impact of P-22. You know, the Wallace Annenberg Crossing is one of the most important wildlife projects in the entire world, the largest wildlife crossing of its kind, and frankly, the first of many, hopefully. You know, we are really excited at the National Wildlife Federation about what's to come next. You know, when you think about our history of the last 80 years, we spent a lot of time restoring and trying to build resilience of habitat all across the country. But the next part of kind of the big move in conservation is going to be around movement and reconnecting fragmented landscapes. That's what the Wallace Annenberg Crossing shows. I couldn't be more proud of the leadership of Beth Pratt and the entire NWF team. And we're really hoping that we can build upon this model to show how we can finance projects all across the country to make sure that we reconnect habitats and fragmented for far too long. So thank you for everything you're doing, and the best is yet to come.
Also want to call out Dana Bochco, one of the founding members right there. And then the folks from ARC, Animal Road Crossings. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Jeremy, and this is Gina Marie, and we're from
Have them pass it.
refugees from minus 20 Canada up north in Toronto. Very happy to be here. Last December, the state of California braved the frigid north and went to an international conference for biological diversity in Montreal, and they made a promise to protect 30% of this incredible state for biodiversity by 2030. And today, you heard it here, they're with the Wallace-Annenberg Foundation to announce that not only will that land be protected, but it'll be connected for nature. And that is what will ensure its success. We might have known about the importance of connected landscapes from science, but it was P-22 and his extraordinary life here that's connected our hearts to our minds. And it's from our hearts that we're moved to create, to change the world for the better. As partners at ARC, an international partnership that's dedicated to innovation and best practices for the design and realization of the next generation of wildlife crossings, including the extraordinary Annenberg Crossing here in LA, we're so inspired by P-22 and so proud of his legacy. Thanks to him, California has become a leader in building a far brighter future for both people and for nature. Thank you.
And to honor P-22's legacy, we do need to reconnect people and nature, and we need to hold fast to what he's taught us. So for us here at ARC in the partnership, there are 3 principles we learned from P-22, and it's going to guide us in our work ahead. The first is that we lead with landscape. Yes, we need good science, innovation, and next practices, community engagement, and all the political will you've heard about today. But overarching is the landscape that sustains us and his kind, so lead with that. The second, you've heard it many times, we're going to say it again, we need to connect to protect, because a protected landscape is a connected landscape, and for humans and wildlife, that holds true. We all need vital connections across policy, practice, and projects to connect our communities. And the third, for us, design for coexistence, for kinship. Good design is connected, healthy landscapes, and they need a good process that's transparent, equitable, collaborative, and co-creative. And you know what? It's best done, as you've seen here, with humility, empathy, and compassion for all our relations. California, you've shown that you can lead the way, so let's go forward together. Let's go global for a system of connected, protected landscapes. Please do it for P-22, his legacy, and a future where we all flourish. And now, the one person who is doing just that beside me here is Robert Rock, the designer of the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing.
I mean, I have to say, it is a unique honor to have the opportunity to work on a project like this. And I don't do it alone. I have an incredible team that I work with. I work with an incredible team at Caltrans, with all the project partners. But I've got a humble request of everybody that's here right now. Could everybody stand up quickly? And just quickly turn around and look at the row behind you. And notice that there are people that are here. We all have common goals, common theme. We're all here celebrating P-22. But look at those people that are behind you. Say hello to someone that is here that's next to you. Because while P-22 may be gone, he is that connection for all of us, but we can make that connection with one another. And in this divisive world that we're in right now, it's the connections that bind us and propel us forward. And it's the importance of those connections that will sustain us as we move forward with all of these other projects that will come as a result of this incredible fund.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your partnership. Let's give a big hand to the Wildlife Crossing Fund founding members as they exit. Thank you for being here, everybody. You guys can go. Now we have a couple more people who have committed before we wrap up to doing next steps for P-22. One, Brenda, why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you so much, Beth. It's great to be here. My name is Brenda Geary. I'm the Assistant General Manager here with the Department of Recreation and Parks. And many years ago, Beth came to our department and wanted to have a party for P-22. So she had this idea to bring awareness, and she said, what better place than to do it here in P-22's home at Griffith Park. So ever since then, we've been celebrating P-22 Day and really moving forward all of the awareness that have come forward from that event and from all of the actions that you've seen today. So it's my pleasure to have you all here in the park that is the home to P-22, that for us is a very special place because we are the stewards of this location. And it has reinforced in us the advocacy, the protection, the conservancy of parkland. It's precious. It's precious to all of us, but more importantly, it's also precious to the other beings that are here, the fauna, like P-22, that called this place home. So we're so grateful to you, Beth, and to all of you for supporting P-22 and for really helping to raise the awareness that we all need to live together. So I know we've all heard a lot of speeches. P-22 means the world to us here in the department as well. I'll leave you with that, and I'll hand it back over to P-22's best friend, Beth.
And it's my pleasure to welcome Karina Domingo, team member, to talk about some things you can do really quickly as well.
All right, hi everybody. P-22's story really changed the trajectory of my entire career as a wildlife biologist. When I was in community college, I learned about his story, and I went from having an idea of conserving wildlife in these faraway lands to wanting to conserve wildlife here in my own backyard. And so since then, I've really dedicated my life to trying to promote coexistence between wild animals like P-22 in our own backyards and with people. And so over the course of the last 2 years, we've been working on a script to create a new video series for all of you to help build capacity in communities to being able to live and recreate with wildlife on the landscape. And so just want to also thank our partners at the National Park Service, the Cougar Conservancy, who have contributed to these efforts. And so with that, it's been a long day, so let's just cue the video. The National Wildlife Federation and Cougar Conservancy take you on a journey on coexisting with America's symbol of wilderness, the mountain lion. As the last remaining large carnivore in many parts of their range, cougars represent the only species occupying the apex predator role. Apex predators have instilled fear and fascination in us for as long as we can remember. This series brings you the latest scientific information on coexisting with cougars to help keep you, your family, and pets safe in cougar country. Come with us on this conservation journey.
Where do cougars live? What are all the common names and scientific name of the cougar?
Why do mountain lions sometimes roam our neighborhoods? Is it normal to see a mountain lion in the daytime?
What role do cougars play in Southern California ecosystems?
Can cougars overpopulate an area?
How can we save LA cougars?
You asked, we answered. Discover how to coexist with cougars.
So that's going to be an awesome resource. Okay, so we have one more guest, and when I say last but certainly not least, I mean it. I met Corey, LA Hope Dealer, you may know, Corey Maddie, LA Hope Dealer, anybody know her? She had an encounter with P-22, and she was inspired to, like all of us, do something, and it was her art. We've partnered with her. She is the face of this festival. She's also going to be the face of our next work. She's an amazing human being. I just love becoming friends and gotten to know her, and her art is incredible. I think it really does capture the P-22 vibe. So cue up the video, and then you're going to get to meet her. Cue it.
I'm new to this, so yes, this is hi, I'm Corey. I had a speech, but it's been I needed a drink, so I don't know if you guys know me, but I am LA Hope Dealer, and I had a quick encounter with P-22 in my brother's backyard, and yes, I need to get my eyes checked because I thought it was my brother's chocolate lab, so I had to bend down, and I touched his tail, and then I almost peed my pants. So I ran back inside, and I did everything that I shouldn't have done, was get my phone, because no one was going to believe me. And instead of becoming an appetizer to him, he was the kindest soul that I could have met in the wild, in the Hollywood Hills. And for that, I connect with him so much, and I think, obviously everyone has connected with him, and I think it's important to use my platform to raise awareness about wildlife conservation and his story, and where we can go moving forward, because I think he's transcended being an animal. In the past, he's showed us resilience. He was alone in Griffith Park. Right now, he's showing us community, and in the future, he's gonna show us change. right? So, yeah, I thought of that. How crazy. Shit. Oh. I tried not to curse. I tried. But these are all, you guys are all flatlining now, so like now I should curse to perk you guys up, you know? They did this on purpose, I already know. Yeah, so, you know, you guys know that mural in Silver Lake, you know, and then, so this is gonna be big. Our first installation on the Doheny Wall in West Hollywood, and it's gonna be interactive, where I really wanna get support and other walls throughout LA, where it's going to be a citywide campaign and you can interact with it. There's actually hidden pictures in it. You can't see it, you gotta see them up close. And maybe some AR, I don't know, you'll have to check it out. And yeah, so I think it's important to, you know, carry his legacy on because he's made history and now he's gonna continue to make history through all of us. So I just wanna thank you guys for your support and for P-22 being the guy that he is, you know?
Thank you. Keep LA wild. You know, we've been Save LA Cougars, which will continue, but keep LA wild. I'm so proud to have Corey as the face of our next piece of work and her artwork, and thank you for your friendship and the gift of your art.
Thank you. Now I need a spicy margarita.
Yes, yeah. One on me. All right, you guys stayed with us. We're gonna end with some dancing and music, but we have one more video. It's just a minute that we wanna get in because Senator Alex Padilla has been a supporter as well. And then we're gonna end with some music, get some refreshments on your way out, whatever you need. Let's roll it real quick.
Hi, this is Senator Alex Padilla. While we're gathered today to mark the loss of an icon of the greater Los Angeles community, it's also my honor to join you to celebrate all that P-22 brought to our home. Because today is a welcome reminder of the legacy that one mountain lion, born in the Santa Monica Mountains, who grew up to become the king of Griffith Park, leaves behind. More than a cultural icon, he represented the natural beauty of Los Angeles County and served as a reminder of the need to coexist with the wildlife around us. And just last year, I was honored to join so many state and local leaders, neighbors, and friends of P-22 at the groundbreaking for the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. Inspired in part by P-22's perilous journeys across the 405 and the 101 freeways and the limited habitat for him to grow, mate, and live, Angelenos are taking action to connect California's wild spaces and protect our natural treasures. So while Los Angeles is now missing a piece of our greater community, we won't soon forget how he grounded the city around him and called on us to better protect the one and only earth we've been given. And for that, we'll always be grateful. Thank you, P-22.
I think that's a good way to end it. I want to thank all of you. We should have known a memorial service for P-22 would run over with everybody wanting to pay tribute to this amazing animal. Thank you for being a friend to him. Thank you for being here, whether you tuned in virtually. Again, we sold out the Greek. P-22 sold out the Greek. All right, let's end with some dancing. Let's do it. Thank you. Is that a
We're on the move again. We're on the move again. We're on the move again. And my name is P-22 again. I woke up this morning and I just started roaming with no map to show me where, but I just started going. See, I used to be small and then I started growing and I started to think about all I wanted. Then I traveled around trying to find my way. Come on and tell me that you go with me. I'm trying to explore far as I can see. I know it's more out there maybe. Across streets and across mountains, I'll go up them and I'll go down them. I'll keep walking and I'll keep climbing. I'll keep moving until I find it. We're on the move again. 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 Now on my trip, I met met a few friends like you and I met a bird up in the sky that showed me how he could fly with his wings and he could sing. I met a bee and he could sting. I met a family of squirrels. I met a rabbit that could spring. And as he bounced all around, I noticed tracks on the ground. Found out it was a deer. A lot of animals live here. People love to walk around inside the park while I stay. And there's a whole lot of room for me to run and I can play and have fun all day. In these trees and all these mountains, I'll climb up them and I'll climb down them. Took me some time and I can't count it, but I'm sure happy that I found it.